Pues claro, परिणाम आज bueno, tengo que sacar el बाई कौन निकालना लिंक दे दूंगा कम केस आज भाई ना मैं डाल लगा देता हूँ मैं बोला ना और मैं सर बहुत फोन कर भाई ना हिसाब चल रहा है वो हमारा कैसे आवाज नहीं आ रहा एग्जाम लोगों ने बैठा है भाई तो ये इंट्रोडक्शन नहीं करूँगा ये तो भाई की श्योर है भैया बिल्कुल Through his efforts, he is shaping the next generation of AI. Through his efforts, he is shaping the next generation of AI-driven professionals and transforming the workforce for a future powered by intelligent technologies. In today's session, Mr. Kumar will offer invaluable insights on how we can integrate generative AI into our teaching methodologies, empowering us to stay ahead of the curve in a rapidly changing technological landscape. He will also explore how these advancements are not only redefining business models, but also revolutionizing the way we approach education and professional growth and development. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Anurag Kumar as he leads us through this exciting journey of learning and transformation. Thank you. Over to Mr. Kumar. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. And I'll be with you today as well as tomorrow. And we are really going to look at what is happening in the world of today. I'm sure all of you would have seen generally there are a lot of things happening in the world of human recently. A lot of new things have come up. There's a lot of talk in all aspects. Is it better now? Yes. So you would have heard like there's a lot of things happening. It's not just limited to the technology landscape, but it is almost touching every area of our life. And there has been a lot of discussion around ethics. There has been a lot of discussions around how do we adapt to this new technology. And I'm sure you would have seen that students are very fast at grasping this technology, and they would already be using it for their assignments. So there's also a very big concern that the learning is not happening in the manner that it used to. And are the students today even learning anything new, right? Or are they finding these shortcuts where they can just ask something like ChatGPT on how to do their assignment, and they can just go ahead and submit it without actually understanding anything what the question is subject. So those are the kind of things we're going to discuss over the next 2 days, right? But before we get started, right, I want to understand from you what to your mind when you hear the word AI. school and colleges that hey, we should not allow use of calculators in school because then the students will lose the ability to do these calculations in their head. But today we're in the age of Excel sheets. We don't even use computers anymore. If the formula is clear in your head, if the logic is clear in your head, you can just put it in an Excel sheet and Excel sheet does the calculation for us. So even though the number crunching is the skill is not really being used, the addition, multiplication, how to think about what formula to use, that is still useful. So, like, there was one time when becoming a bank clerk used to be like a dream job for a lot of people, and they were mainly their main skill was basically crunching numbers in there. So those jobs have gone away, but it is not like those jobs are completely gone away. They have just transformed into somebody who can use Excel. So similarly, what we envision is slowly all the jobs are going to shift to a place where people will be using AI on a daily basis. And they will be mainly responsible for keeping these AI systems running, making sure that these AIs are working as expected, right? But that does not mean we should stop understanding this concept or learning these concepts. They're still going to be useful, but they're going to be transformed in how we're going to use these systems. Does that answer the question? I have like a more doubts very clarified. Sure, sure. But is there anything specific you want to know? Like, what are your expectations from these things? What do you expect to get out of it? The 2 days that we're going to spend discussing AI. The reason I'm asking this is AI is like an ocean. How an engineer uses this AI, the same AI, right? It gets a chat. How an engineer is going to use is going to be very different from how, let's say, a marketer will use. It will be very different from how the teachers are going to use. It is going to be very different from how the students are going to use. It is also like, depending on what stream you are in, what is the subject, you're going to use it in different ways. To give you an example, like in last 1 year, I have worked with one company in which we used AI to build a stock trading application, right? Where it decides who stocks to. In another one, we are building a therapist, where basically we can give this bot to somebody and then they can have a discussion with them, and if they have any issues, they can talk to them. And this is the same AI. These are not different AI. This is one and the same AI. Similarly, I want to have a good idea that what the expectation is. Like, have you thought about it? Okay, this is how I can use AI in the classroom, or maybe this is one thing that I want to be more about in the classroom. Like Joel used ChatGPT, yes, but putting up the right prompt, what is required, yes, that is not understood by many. Okay. So when we see the Chat GPT output, we know he was the right prompt. The answer was the output is or not. Sure. So I think somewhere it's the thing because now ChatGPT does everything for us. Yes. It is identifying. You just have to upload the PDF, prepare me this, prepare me that. In few minutes, it does it. Yes. So, but the outcome is it what we want. Sure. We, understand that are we the right track or what's the right prompt. Sure. Sure. So that's one. Yes. So that we will definitely discuss. I have a session specifically on prompt engineering. So we'll see like whether it's relevant or if there's anything else required. Anything else? Okay, so we'll come back to it. So this is broadly the schedule I have for next 2 days, right? As you can see. So on day one, we will do more of a foundational work, right? So this is mainly trying to understand what this technology is. And the approach we are going to take is that, when we learn to drive, we don't become automobile engineers, right? All that we do is we concern ourselves with the steering wheel, gearbox, accelerator and other things. We don't need to understand exactly like how the engine works. Similarly, we will not go deep into like how does this technology work, but what are the different levers available to us to get the kind of results that we want, right? So there are 4 sessions today. The first one is generative AI in a nutshell that we'll do today. So I hope that this session gives you a good overview of where we are and where we are heading. Then we will build a personal AI assistant. So this is not going to use ChatGPT. That's the reason I've done this. I'll show you ChatGPT in it. But there are a couple of other wonderful tools which use generative AI, right? using it? What are some of the things we can do? The second day, tomorrow, is mainly going to be hands-on. How we introduce a lot more tools, right? The first one is the first session tomorrow is going to be on content creation. So it's like, let's say you have to create a course outline, or let's say you have to create a quiz, or let's say you have to create course links. So what are the tools available to us to do it, right? And where to use it, where not to use it. Then we'll also look at some amount of data analytics and reporting, because I think reporting is something that we all have to do in some area of our life, right? We have to create graphs. So we use Excel sheet for it, but most of us are like not so proficient in Excel sheet. Sometimes we run into issues, right? We all have to do reporting. We all have to like look at the raw data and understand what are the insights from. And generally, what happens is we have a vague idea in our head, and we try to and we have to learn a lot to basically materialize those ideas. And one of the beautiful things about AI is basically from idea to execution. Basically, that is where the biggest resistance is, and basically AI can bridge this gap quite seamlessly for us. And we will have a look at how that is possible, right? And the last two sessions are slightly research focused. So what we look at is what are some of the tools for research to do the exploration part of the research, right? Coming up with research gaps, coming up with the research topics, basically going through tons of research papers as quickly as possible so that we can find out, what are those 5 or 10 research papers which are really relevant to us. And in the last session, we are going to look at the synthesis aspect. It's like, can we use this tool to basically write our research papers, do our research papers, and what are the other things which are possible? Does this sound like a good plan? Okay. So this is about me. I'll not go much in detail. So basically, I have only worked on it. So I was fortunate enough that when I was doing a BTech in IIT, I was in aerospace engineering, right? And one of the first AI tools that I worked on was how do we make a drone basically go from point A to point B autonomously. That is where I got into AI, and it has helped me throughout my career. So I got to do an internship with DRDO because in 2010 building unmanned aerial vehicle was the thing, right? It was not as commonplace as today. I got to work with Honeywell briefly. I got to work with a VC firm called Helium Ventures. I got to work with a couple of startups in marketing technology, which is basically like, the ad machine, like how Google shows you ad, how do you build those things. And then I went and did my MBA. And in MBA, my main focus was on entrepreneurship and marketing. And after that, I was fortunate enough to get into Wipro's leadership program, which they call as Global 100. And there, at that time, I mean, 10 years back, if you remember, there were a lot of things about these, IBM Watson, Google Homes. So they were talking about those things, just coming up. And I was fortunate enough that, when I went there, these were the hot topics. And I got to work on a couple of projects which were very related. And after that, I was working for an AI company as chief marketing officer. And then I realized, hey, this is the right time. AI has reached the stage that we wanted it to reach, where it can be used by everybody, not just with the technical folks, right? When I say technical, I mean software developers and basically computer scientists, right? And then I always had this idea that I want to take AI to companies to teach them, how do we build new kind of technologies, right? And also educate basically non-technical people who don't know how exactly AI works and how we can leverage it. So that's what I'm doing with my company currently, which we call as Web Studio, right? So our vision is basically to empower the next generation of AI-driven professionals because we believe all professions are going to information. Doesn't matter whether you're a doctor, doesn't matter whether you're a teacher, doesn't matter whether any kind of knowledge work, right, is going to be an AI-powered job. And within 3 to 5 years, we see that this is going to basically completely change almost all the industries. Slow industries in 5 years, marketing has already changed. In next 1.5 years, it's going to completely change. And all the other industries are seeing the same changes. And we do three main things. Basically, we call this discover, educate, and help. So in Discover, we basically do our own research to come up with new use cases. Okay? In Educate, we basically go educate students, educate companies, educate like professors like you on how we can use it. And then Help is basically we're concerned with companies to build them new use cases. Right? So I have a couple of slides just so that we are on the same page, right? So when we say what is AI, so it's pretty simple. I would say it's like machine that can perform which require human intelligence, right? So, for example, let's say if there is a task that requires some kind of logic, whether we can put it as an algorithm like 1, 2, 3 steps, or whether we have just a vague idea on how we are doing it. If a computer is able to do any of these two tasks, it is called an AI, right? And broadly speaking, nowadays, how we are classifying AI is in these three areas. One is called narrow AI. So narrow AI can only do one task. So for example, Google has an AI which will show you search results. That is all it can do. It cannot go and give you recommendations on a Facebook. That's a different AI altogether. The second one is called general AI, and this is the kind of AI which is evolving very fast, right? This is what we talk about when we say chat GPT. So the difference between narrow and general AI is narrow AI could do only one thing, whereas general AI you can train it to do different things, right? So for example, ChatGPT, I can create a ChatGPT version which can give me search results. I can also create a ChatGPT version which can go and decide what to show on my feed, those kind of things. And the third part, the super AI, which we are also calling as AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, which OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT, that is their ultimate goal to create an AGI. So how we define or how OpenAI defines AGI is it's an artificial intelligence which has an IQ of somewhere between 80 to 100. So any task, any job which requires an IQ of 80 to 100, it will be able to do. Another way to look at it is, let's say, if there's a task that you can give to an intern to do. So by intern, I mean somebody who does not have a lot of professional experience, but has like a school education and a college education. So if they are able to do that task should also be able to be done by an AI. And talking about passing the competitive exams, I think ChatGPT is able to pass any competitive exam right now. Doesn't matter whether it's like quantum physics, whether it's CAT, whether it's GRE, whether it's IIT. It does a very good job in cracking all of those exams. So I mean that is where we have come right now. You know, so general AI is basically think of narrow AI like a calculator. Calculator at the end of the day is also computer, but it can only do calculations. Whereas on our laptops and our PC, we can create a calculator and do other things as well. So similarly, on general AI can do the things that narrow AI could do, but it can do other things as well. So we can program it very easily. So previously, what used to happen is, for example, if I have to build an AI. So let's say I want to build this AI, which can tell me whether somebody is happy or sad just by looking at their face. So I will need like tons of data. I would say like a millions of images, and then feed that model, tell them this is happy face, this is sad face, and then it can be able to identify. So this is an example of a narrow AI. Whereas now I can just give ChatGPT a photo and say, hey, is this person happy or sad? It will tell me. Then what do you think is the age of this person? It will be able to put. So that's why it is a much more general. Okay, so this is the example I would just give you. Let's say. So another way to classify AI, so that I mean, I'm just covering them so that we are on the same page because these are the questions that people have in their mind. So how do we classify AI? So artificial intelligence is a very broad term, right? So as you can see, it's an umbrella term. It's the engineering of making intelligent machines, right? So for example, let's say I have 100 data points on what is the price on property prices, let's say. That if it is 1000 square feet, it has some price, it has 2000 square feet, it is some price, and I have thousands of data points like this. I can build an AI which will tell me price of any land. This is a very simple thing. I can actually write a formula for it. This is also AI. Whereas something like ChatGPT is also an AI, right? So it's just an umbrella term. Within artificial intelligence, there's something called as machine learning. So in machine learning, what happens is a computer learns by itself. So to give an example for marketing, let's say I have data on my customers. I give it to a computer, and computer will be able to figure out what are the different kind of customers I have. So it will create those buckets that some of your customers are this, some of your customers are that. So it will learn by itself and it will come up with inferences all by itself. So that is what we call as machine learning. Within machine learning, we have another stream called neural networks. So neural networks is a very big shift from any kind of technology that we had previously. So what used to happen in computer science before is anything that you can break down logically, like logical steps, like step one, step two, step three, step four, we could code it. And when we can code it, basically it could do that task for us. Whereas neural network is a significant departure from this way of thinking. So how neural networks work is people understood how brain works. So in our brain we have something called as neurons. So neurons are the cell which basically communicates all the signals in our body, stores information, processes information, all those things. So once we started understanding neurons, somebody had this genius idea: can we build a simple neuron which is just like a simple mathematical function? And that happened somewhere around 1960s, 1970s, right? And then there was this guy called Jeffrey Hinton. He got Nobel Prize this year for neural networks. He was like, can we actually use them? What will happen if we connect thousands of these artificial neurons together? Can we get anything significant? Right? And what they noticed was it could identify characters, right? Whether it's A, B, C, D. It could identify hand gestures. It could identify images that whether there's a cat in this image, whether there is a dog in this image, those kind of things. And the significant shift that has happened is till the time we were in the logical field, we understood exactly what the program is doing. Now in neural networks, it is like a black box to us. Similarly, how we don't know how our brain works. Similarly, we don't really know how these neural networks work. We just know they work, right? And the thing is, people have been innovating a lot on these neural networks to a point that we realize that we have a hardware limitation. That because of the technology we have, we cannot do any further development. That's why the development on neural networks stopped with the around 80s. Now we have companies like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. I'm sure you would have heard of. So basically, what these companies do is I can rent computers from them. So I can go to, let's say, AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, and tell them, can you give me 1,000 computers for 1 hour? Right. So previously, if I had to do the same thing, I'll have to buy 1,000 computers, which was not physically possible for. But now I can go to Amazon and say, can you rent me 1,000 of these machines because I want to train my AI models on them. That has become feasible. And that is the reason why we are seeing all these AIs becoming so popular now. And we are seeing a lot of these lot of stars of this area, right? So that is what neural network is, and the reason why we are seeing so much innovation in neural network right now. And within neural network, there's a special kind of AI, which is also called as generative AI. And how this is different from other AI is basically previously an AI only knew what kind of data it is trained on, and it will give answer only based on that data. Whereas generative AI can synthesize new information. So, for example, let's say you gave it an article in psychology, you gave it an article on what the students are doing in class. It can infer from the psychology, like which psychology concepts apply to this particular students and how things should be done in the future. So that's a really great part about generative AI. Two things. One, it has creativity, so it can do creative tasks. Secondly, it has logical reasoning capabilities. So it can think for itself and come up with ways to solve a particular problem. And we look at like how that is done. So with that, I'll start with the generative AI in a nutshell. So I'm sure all of you would have seen the news right now. Something incredible is happening right now. People have compared it to the invention of printing press. People have compared it to the invention of internet. People have compared it to the basically the industrial revolution, right? And what and the reason we are seeing all this is for the first time in the human history, we have created something that is able to learn by itself, think for itself, and also communicate, right? Rather than previously, if I had to communicate to a computer, I'll have to learn something like C++, Java, understand the language the computer understands. Whatever I want to do, put it in that language and give it to the computer so it can understand. Now, computer can understand human language. So that barrier of having a software developer is completely gone, right? And what has what has really surprised people is when we used to think about AI, we used to think, slowly my chores AI will start doing. Maybe it will start cleaning my house like how Roomba does. It will do my laundry. It will do all this grunt work that I don't want to do. But what has actually ended up happening is it could do the intellectual creative work. And
Still now on this planet Earth, we call ourselves Homo sapiens, which basically means the intelligent ones, right? And for the first time, we are having something else which is nearly as intelligent as us, right? And we don't know how to really deal with it. And we call this technology as generative AI. And by the way, all the images that you're seeing here, all of them are created by AI. So these are not images which are created by humans. So these are created by an AI called Midjourney, which is, I would say, ChatGPT for creating images. They do a wonderful job. And I would say the really good part about this technology is it costs billions of dollars to pay. It is available to all of us for free of cost. And these are the six websites I would say. Let's try them out. First, see whether you have connection, whether you have the internet connection and you're able to access any of these websites online. So mainly we're going to use chat.com, which is ChatGPT. Can you please see if you're able to access it? So to go about them sequentially, chat.com is for ChatGPT, which is created by OpenAI. Claude.ai is from a company called Anthropic, right? Then Gemini is by Google. Copilot is from Microsoft, but Copilot uses ChatGPT in the background as of right now. Then we have Perplexity, right? Perplexity is another amazing AI. And then there's DeepSeek, which recently came out from China. There are a few more like Grok, and then there's a new one called Manas. We'll not cover them so much, but see if you can access any one of them. I would say try out ChatGPT because it's most user friendly. See if you're able to access it. You're able to access it. Yeah. So the URL is pretty simple. It is just chat.com. We might need to create an account on it later on, but I think without creating an account, we can do some basic amount of processing on it. No, we can try on the phone as well. Yes. So if you're not able to access the computer machines, please try it on your phone. They also have a app if you want, ChatGPT. And I would say let's try out with a very simple chat.com. Yeah, this one. So how many of you have used ChatGPT like for something? Okay. How many have thought it was good? Like it could do something good. Okay, that's wonderful. Right. So I would say let's start out with something simple. Ask it a simple question, right? So let's just say, tell me something amazing about the world I might not know. Just put this and see what kind of responses do you get. And once you have done that, I would also ask you to put the same thing in Google. Because one of the things that we hear often is that, basically ChatGPT is just like a Google, right? So I would say put the same prompts. Tell me something amazing about the world I might not know in ChatGPT. See what kind of result, what result do you get, and then put the same thing in Google and see what result do you get. Okay, can you tell me what results did you get? Like one thing that we'll notice is all of us will get a different response on ChatGPT. Whereas on Google, we get something similar, all of us, right? And I would say if you use Perplexity, right? Yes. And the thing is, Perplexity, I would say, is a competitive, right? The ultimate goal of the people who are building Perplexity is to build a generative AI which can replace Google, right? And as you would see, most of us would have got similar answer. Maybe they will just two, three versions of the same answer. Because what Google does is it goes and looks at the articles which were created by humans and shows us the most relevant articles. Whereas what ChatGPT does is it synthesizes the information it has. And it, based on its understanding at that moment, it will give us one of those answers, right? And so that is the main difference. Now we look at something slightly different, which is also what we call as prompt engineering. We can see the second prompt. Tell me something amazing about the world I might not know. The same prompt. But after that, add this line. But before you do that, ask me three questions to know more about me, right? So you can personalize your response. Add this line and see what happens next. So what will happen, in my opinion, is it will ask you three questions. Answer those three questions to ChatGPT. Then ChatGPT has a good understanding of where you are coming from, like what your background is, what are the things you're important, like interested in. Then the response that he give you is going to cater just for you, right? Then all of us will get a very different response, and all of the responses will be tuned to us. So I would suggest start with a new chat. Uh, Sorry. So the prompt is tell me something amazing about the world I might not know. Same as before, but that is followed by. But before you do that, ask me three questions. It doesn't have to be exact. Like only the meaning should be same. You can even rephrase it in your own words. But before you do that, ask me three questions to know more about me. You can even say, ask me one question if you want to, make it quicker. So, but before you do that, ask me three questions to know more about me, so you can personalize your response. Okay. So, did you get a response from ChatGPT after answering those three questions? Yeah. Do you think that response was much more in line with you, or do you think that was also generic? So one of the things that we need to realize about ChatGPT is in computer science we have this concept called garbage in, garbage out. which basically means if you're starting from a wrong place, you will get a wrong answer. So what happens is when we ask ChatGPT anything, right, it only knows about us as much as we tell it. It cannot, like basically when we have a problem in our head and when we think about it, we have a lot more information that we are working with, right? But ChatGPT is like, we have a friend who is like, we are on a WhatsApp chat with them. And sometimes what happens is we're telling them a problem, but they have a completely different perception of what we're dealing with. Reason being that we were not able to communicate it properly, right? So similar communication gaps happen with ChatGPT. So like rather than answering 3 questions, if you would have said, give me 20 questions, and if you would have answered those 20 questions in detail, then ChatGPT would have got a lot more information about us. It would have catered that answer very specific to us. So techniques like this is what we call as prompt engineering, which is basically providing the right information to ChatGPT so that it can do the things that we want it to do. And we look at how this can be done. So I hope you found this useful that how providing more information to ChatGPT can basically completely change the kind of responses we get from it. Right? So generally what happens is when we use ChatGPT for the first time, we'll go to ChatGPT, ask it, it'll give a very generic response and we're like, this technology is useless. It is useless if we don't give it more information because it doesn't know anything about us, right? But the more information we provide and more useful information we provide, better it gets, right? So one of the things that has happened, so this is not something new, right? So we have been seeing this kind of commoditization for a very long time now, right? This is not something that one day all of a sudden there is this technology called ChatGPT. This is a slow shift which has been happening. I'm sure we would have all heard that we are slowly moving from product economy to service economies, those kind of things. So one of the things that has been happening in, I would say, the technology landscape is basically providing everything as a service. So it started with software as a service. If you remember, some time back we used to get software on a CD or DVD, right? And we used to install it. And after 4 or 5 years, another version will come out. We have to go and purchase it. And these software used to cost something like 5,000 to 20,000 rupees. But then what happened is since the internet became very fast, all the software started getting updated on the internet. And now, for example, we all use Chrome browser. So Chrome browser, we don't even realize when did this Chrome browser get updated, right? Only when there is a major update, Google sends us a notice that we have updated your Chrome browser. But Chrome browser almost updates on a daily basis. Amazon updates, I think, around 10 times in a day. They keep pushing new things to it. So that is what we call it as a service, software as a service, right? After software as a service, the next thing that we saw was computer as a service. That is what I was talking to you about. That AWS, Google, the Google Cloud, all of them basically provide computer as a service. I don't need to have 1,000 computers sitting in my room. I can basically take it on rent from these companies. Then after that, what happened is we have platform as a service. So it's like, for example, let's say we are in a college right now. We need a lot of different kind of softwares to basically make this function, right? We need something like a learning management system. We need something which can manage our computers. We need something which can manage attendance, something which can manage funds. So there are companies which provide them as a platform. So for example, you would have heard of SAP, you would have heard of Salesforce. So basically, they provide this entire platform to basically business so that business can onboard their customers. Similarly, there is Moodle and there are a lot of other these software which is specifically for colleges. So then we started providing these platforms as a service, which previously companies used to build for themselves. Now, what has happened is because of AI, we are providing intelligence as a service. And what do I mean by that? Is basically it is literally like there is a brain sitting somewhere, and then when we need something specific or when we need subject matter expertise, we can go and consult with this brain. So this is kind of like an oracle that I mean oracle as in not the oracle software, but the oracle as in like matrix in the old mythology. Like when you have a question, but you don't have the expertise on the particular topic, you can go and consult this oracle and the oracle will give us an answer. So that is something similar to what is happening. So ChatGPT is a very basic part. But for example, if there is an expert in marketing, they can use ChatGPT to build their own knowledge base, which they can share with other people for a small fees or free of cost so that their knowledge is accessible to a lot of people. So one of the things that is happening is democratize knowledge in a completely new way. I would say there is printing press. So which basically before printing press, what used to happen is Books were a luxury which only ultra rich people used to have because books needed to be written down by hand. Whereas what printing press did was it made books accessible to the masses. Right? It became so cheap to produce books in mass that lot more people can have it. But then the innovation that happened because of printing press was something that we had not seen before called newspapers. Since printing became such a commodity, we could print on a daily basis, right? So new thing came out, which is like newspaper, right? Then we had internet. So internet was another big change when it comes to knowledge. Previously, knowledge were confined to our libraries. Knowledge were confined to institutes. For example, if I want to go and purchase a textbook, it will cost me like 2,000, 3,000 rupees. And not everybody could afford it. Then what happened because of internet is anybody who had connection to the internet can go to YouTube, can go to Wikipedia, can go to Google and learn almost anything, right? So now what has happened is basically we have technology like ChatGPT, which can not just provide us information, it can personalize it to our needs, and it can also mentor us, right? So this is like basically making it accessible to a lot of people. And when we talk about what is this knowledge that we're talking about, so generally an AI has three kind of knowledges. I think when ChatGPT had first come out, people were mentioning that it's quite useless because it has a knowledge cutoff date. That after a certain date, it does not know about those things, and that is because that is the kind of information it was trained on. So we say there are three kind of knowledges that an AI has. The first one is intrinsic knowledge. So intrinsic knowledge is basically knowledge that it is trained on. And this is, I would say, when we talk about it in human terms, it is the subconscious knowledge, so to say, that we have. For example, if I say, what sports did Michael Jordan play, right? Basketball. It's like we might not follow basketball, but we have heard about Michael Jordan somewhere in some context. So we know Michael Jordan plays basketball. So that is like an intrinsic knowledge. Second thing is extrinsic knowledge. So what I mean by extrinsic knowledge is, for example, let's say today sir was talking about the NEP, right? The new guidelines that come out of NEP. So I think, or maybe you can also tell it out. So just ask ChatGPT. Can you tell me what are the new developments in NEP over the last month, and see what happens. So the prompt is, can you tell me what are the new developments in NEP? NEP guidelines or just NEP? And see what happens. So are you able to do it? Did you get a good response, or was it like a substandard response? I think I did not get a good response actually. So what I got is like, as of April 2025, there haven't been major update. So I changed the prompt slightly. So what I have mentioned after that is, can you please check online and let me? Yeah. So maybe it did not search the first time around online. So I had to, prompt it, you go and check online and then give me an answer. And as you can see, I think this one is much more in line with what we wanted. So what it did was it went online. It thought what should be the search term it should use. It used some search term. It got couple of web pages, just like how a human would do. Like I'll go online, go to Google, search for what are the changes to NEP guidelines. It will give me a lot of like thousands of web pages where that is being discussed. I'll go look at the first three ones. Then in my mind, I'll understand those things and create an answer for myself. So that is what ChatGPT did here. So it went, searched on not Google, but like generally what they use is Bing. which is Microsoft search engine, got couple of results. It read through those pages and then it formulated an answer. So this is what I mean by extrinsic knowledge. So it is not just reliant on the data it is trained on anymore, but it knows how to use internet, right? So if it does not know anything, it can actually go online and check for this particular information and then use that information to synthesize an answer. What Google does is Google tells us you can find the answer here. That's it, right? Now Google is changing slightly. It has started answering like ChatGPT, but generally, traditionally, that is what Google used to do. You search for something, Google like you can go to this webpage and find the answer for yourself. Whereas what ChatGPT does is it goes, looks at the top results, and synthesizes an answer. So if our question is much more specific, the answer that it is going to synthesize is going to be more specific. And the third kind of knowledge that an AI possesses is what is called as contextual knowledge. So, for example, let's say I've written an article, right? And I need to think of a title for it. So now, right now, because of SEO, because of people's attention span and those clickbait things, that, there are certain kind of titles that work better than others. And only then people come to our articles and read them. So that's why let's say I want to use help of ChatGPT. So now I have to provide it with the entire article, right? So I'll provide it with the entire article and say, can you provide me 5 headline ideas for this? So that entire article becomes context. So now what will happen is when I provide this article, ChatGPT will try to understand what this article is about, what is the response, what is the tonality, who has written this article, who are the target customers, we think of all those things, and then give us ideas on what could be the potential title of this article. So these are the three kind of knowledges that it has. And I think it is important to know based on what we're doing. For example, let's say we want something specific to news, then obviously intrinsic knowledge will not we'll have to prompt ChatGPT to go online and look for this information, right? If we are doing research, we are going through different kind of research papers. Just giving titles might not be enough. Like in some cases, it might be. Uh, so, for example, we give the title. It will go search for this information all by itself. But let's say some of those research papers are basically behind a paywall, right? They're not accessible publicly online. So we have to provide those articles as well. So it will become contextual knowledge. So we can upload them as PDFs, then ask questions, and then ChatGPT or Perplexity or any AI that we're using can basically refer to those PDFs and answer those questions for us. And we'll look at an example of it in the next session. So, ma'am, should we close here? Yeah. I have I have actually a couple of slides, so maybe we can continue to the next session. Yes, ma'am. Yes, please. So I want to go through these examples. What we'll do is we'll do it in the next session since we are out of time, right? We started with uh, so the last part of it that I wanted to cover is basically you would heard of this term called as think on paper, right? Think on paper. So think on paper is basically whether you are brainstorming an idea or basically thinking through a problem, you will just write it down step by step what happens. So when we talk about that, these new kind of AIs have a capability to think. Basically, they have a capability to think on paper. So, for example, let's say when we do story writing, there is this particular kind of framework called the snowflake method, which is basically that you first decide what is the overall structure of what the story is going to be about. Then we write one line about each and every chapter and slowly flesh out. So this is kind of like a framework. So now what I can do is basically I can tell whatever my idea is, give it to ChatGPT and explain to it that I want to turn it into a full-fledged story. So can you use the snowflake method to help me materialize it? Ask me questions after each and every iteration. So what we do is it understands, okay, the method it has to use is the snowflake method. The initial idea is this. Then it is going to bring that together and keep asking me more questions. That will take, okay, this is the summary I have to, is this okay? I'll say this is okay. Okay, this is what the first chapter is going to be. So what ChatGPT is actually doing is it is thinking on paper, right? So and that is how ChatGPT can also think, and it can solve a lot of complicated problems. To give you an example, I think in February this year, Google has launched a new tool called AI Scientist, right? And what AI Scientist does is basically it's like an assistant to a scientist. And one of the stories that I was reading about it, it's not available to public as of right now. They are under beta testing and then it will come maybe by the end of this year. So there was the scientist who was using it. He's like, basically, I was doing this literature research, and I spent 3 months in doing it, right? And he's like, this is a very new topic. There are not many experts on it, and he had created like he wrote that paper after 3 months of research. He gave the same topic in the same information that he had to Google's AI Copilot, and it was able to come up with a similar response within 30 minutes. He is like, I spent 3 months doing this research, and there is no way that this information is available online. So, what that scientist went back to Google and said was, there is no way you could have come up with this answer unless you had access to the computer. But they didn't. So, that is how powerful this technology has become. And we look at some of the use cases after we come back. Yeah. Thank you. We'll be going after tea arranged in the next class of the exam doing application. So after the tea, we move to the seminar hall. So what we have arranged is you can use your laptops and the mobile phones and we are arranging the Wi-Fi. So 10 teachers will get one Wi-Fi exam. So please shut down the yeah. Last much to all that and the rest so this is it's so if you has any trouble. That's it. That's it. Remember your got to push away. And that they forget you're not like the other things. She said that. This is talking about that was and then to okay. And this is what we think that that is what the problem is. But all the people. So we can have and we would have so that the salary and the as a question was very helpful with which we received each one which research train बहुत खास हम ये है कि आपको सीखने वाला बता इस चार्ट this discover icon, you can actually provide a prompt here. So let me just say thinking fast and slow. So what Notebook LM also does, it finds some relevant sources for us. Since it is integrated with Google, right? It is very good at finding things. So as you can see, I provided the title that maybe I'm creating a course on thinking fast and slow or doing some research on it. So it has found the Wikipedia page. There is some book summary on thinking fast and slow. Daniel Kahneman explains the mechanics of thought. All of these things are relevant. So I can just go ahead and click on import. Right? So as you can see, the first tab that we see on the left hand side, this is what is called as source. So source is, think of it like the original source material that we are referring to. Right? So what I would suggest is please also find some sources. If you're not able to find any sources, then please use the discover feature if it is available to you, and add at least 6 things in the source tab. So we'll limit ourselves to the source tab now. We'll not look at the other tabs as you can see. One is called source, one is called chat, and one is called studio. So we'll come to chat and studio after some time. Let's just focus on sources. So as you can see, I have uploaded a couple of documents. Some of them are in red. So red is basically it could not get data from it for whatever reason. Some websites don't allow bots to access them. These are generally the news websites. So one way to get around is we can manually copy paste that text in the system, right? Similarly, it might so happen that for you are getting this thing for some of the YouTube videos. That happens when there is no transcript in YouTube in the video. So generally, it is not trying to understand what's happening in the video, but what it does is goes and captures the transcript from there, right? If a video doesn't have transcript, then this won't be possible. Another thing that you can upload, record your lecture and then add that lecture here, or if you had a discussion with somebody else, you can take that audio and upload it here. It will automatically transcribe it. And I think that is like one of the main reasons why I use Notebook LM. So, for example, let's say I had a discussion with a customer on a particular topic, or I'm brainstorming some ideas with my friend. So, if I have a recording of it, I can upload it here and start asking questions from it. I have only tried English so far. Yeah. So, one of the first things that you'll not notice is, let's say, I go to this book summary. What I can do is I can click on it, and when I click on it, there are two things that we see on the. So one, I can go and look at the original source, right? So you can see that we have this icon here. So this will take me to the link or the document that I have just uploaded. Second thing is we see the source guide. So source guide is basically it has consumed this information and created a summary for it. So this is kind of like Notebook LM's understanding of what the document is about and what it is talking about. And on the right hand side, we can see that it has come up with some key topics. And you will see that this is true for all the. So for example, if I go to something else, we will see that all of them have a source guide, which has a summary. And on the right hand side, it has key topics. If we go down, so basically here is the content that is extracted from a particular PDF website or the video. So this is the original text which it was able to capture that you can see on the bottom side of this source tab. So what we can actually do is, for example, if we are interested in any of these key topics, we can go and click on any one of them. So for example, let's say system one thinking. So what it has done is it has created a prompt for us all by itself. Since this discuss system one thinking. And based on all the notes that we have provided, it is going to give us a comprehensive understanding of system one, right? And unlike ChatGPT, so in ChatGPT, if I ask, discuss system one, the answer it will give me is basically from the internet, right? Let's see. So as you can see, it is writing something. It is not providing me with any sources. I just have like ChatGPT's word on it that this is the correct information. Like it's the correct information, but sometimes I might want it to limit to a few sources, right? So in that case, this thing really helps me out because it is not just that it is limited to the source material that I have provided, but as you can see, basically everywhere there is a citation. Like for example, each and every line that is written, it has given me a bunch of citation, like where it has picked it up from. And I can basically click on any one of them, and you can see the source tab. It will take me to the actual place from where the contact information. So in a manner, I have created my own version of ChatGPT. So the limitation of this tool is, for example, if I want to do any logical reasoning on top of it, this will not be able to do that. Okay, so let's say if I want it to be discussed further or something like that, basically I'll have to copy it and paste it in ChatGPT, and then I ask it to do more further analysis on it. For example, I can say, can you create a presentation of it? So it will tell me on slide one, you can put this slide two, you can put that, and things like that, right? So Notebook LM is basically just so that you can put your sources in one place and have a conversation with them. So this is the first tab, like sources. You can add things, you can remove things. It will give us a summary of it. We can get key topics from it, and that's pretty much about it, right? So whenever we are asking any question to Notebook LM, it is going to refer to documents here, right? The second thing is the chat interface. So chat interface is pretty simple. We can see that it is saying that it has 11 sources on the bottom side, right? So this is basically saying that whatever information it's going to provide is going to be from 11 sources. And it is going to tell us some of the prompts that we can try out of the box, or we can create anything of ourselves, right? So let's ask a question. So let's see something like, so I'm asking a simple question: how does system to thinking apply to LLMs? So LLMs is basically short form for large language models. So when we talk about these new kind of AIs, they are actually large language models. What do I mean by that? Language model is basically like an understanding of a language. And since these are very large models, they're called large language models, right? See, so I asked him how does the system think like LLMs? What will end up happening? It will be sound. Which might not give me just system thinking and how it works. So if you want to know if we have one necessary ourselves, just so if you want to know some of the use cases I can think of let me do a research on a particular topic. Second thing is the use cases which you have decided that this is going to be the right? So after chat, one thing is the chat cannot say, right? Yes, you can copy So important thing to note here is when chat asks you, it does not create all of the notes. It only gives you whatever the source. Look it up. It will only look at the source. Now let's say that I have so there's an option here. It's called can you see if I go to notes here, see on the bottom of that side, you can see there's a note section here. In the note section, when I click over it, I can see there is this called note source. Right? So let's have a look at it. So on the left hand side, on the right hand side, I have I click on note source, and I can click so so now let's run. So next time when you answer the question, you should look at this particular method. Another thing that I want you to notice is basically in the chat you see the options. Are you able to see mind map option or mind map option? Okay. So you can add so add on like six manual rather than audio behind creates this audio. And this is the mind. So when you create a mind, so it goes and mixes all of the sources that I talked about and puts it in a mind map format. So one is we can get a general understanding of the topic. And it makes it very easy for us to so let's say, so what is that? So I can go click on associate and actually understand what was the talk about and so that is one. So another four options. So you can see there is a study guide option. There is a briefing document option. There's an FAQ option. And there's a timeline option. So timeline option is something like, let's say you are teaching history, right? Let's say French Revolution, and in all your documents there are a lot of dates, and you want to understand how did the entire thing unfold. So it will create a timeline for us. So this particular example is not really conducive for this, but let's see what it creates. The study guide, what study guide does it? It goes through a question and answer format. So let's have a look at it. So for example, it has created a study guide for us. So which is basically like course notes from the entire source material, right? And there are also some questions along for us to try out along with answer keys for the quiz. So there are 10 sources and we put a save the entire 10 answers. Yes, sir. Yes. Single. No, it will refer to all of them. Yes. So as you can see, it has created a study note like within 5 to 10 minutes, right? And if this is actual sports textbooks, this becomes quite handy. And after that, the second option that we saw was for the timeline, right? I think timeline will not, okay. So it has created some timeline based on all the course material. So similarly, I think this would be very relevant for history textbook or you're trying to create any kind of timeline. On the right hand side or? Yes, ma'am. So in the chat option, you can see there is this option here, which is for copy, and another one is save to notes. So let's look at a briefing doc. So again, so it depends on the use cases, right? So maybe you have conducted 10 different meetings and then, you want to understand exactly what needs to be done. That is where the briefing document will come in handy. For our case, I think the study notes are a better option. Similarly, we have an FAQ option. So it is going to create question answer format for us. So these are the FAQs. So what are the most common questions that might come up for this particular topic? So it has created all those answers for us based on the source material provided. And when we are working on a new topic, basically we can go and create as many notebooks as we want. And the thing about this is basically when we add, we can see the limit for sources is 50. So we can upload up till 50 sources. And I think the limit per source is around some 1 million words or something like that. So it is quite big. So I mean, you can actually upload 50 textbooks on this and it will be able to do the same thing for us. So it's a very powerful tool. And so one of the, like I was saying, one of the things that has happened is it has democratized knowledge. Now, let's say you have created this knowledge bank. You can also go and share it with your students or with your colleagues. You can share the notebooks individually with whoever you want. So, and you can also collaborate together. So they can put their sources, you can put your sources, and have a common. So as you can see, I think these are new things. So for example, we're not talking about features. But I think the free version is powerful enough for I would say 99% of our use cases. That's what. So if you run into any issues, like I said, sometimes when you upload a YouTube video, you will have issues. So let's see if you can find something like that. Sorry. In- so what I suggest now is create a new notebook for it. So you can go back, create a new notebook. So you can, okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, ma'am. Mhm. You will, I think you can download it. Yes, yes. So I'll discuss that in a separate session, like how do we handle it and what are some best practices around it. Yes. Yes. So please try it out, and I would suggest also encourage students to use this because if you have, for example, I might be doing a course now, which might be relevant to me in a year or 2 years' time, right? So this is one place where all of my notes are going to stay. And rather than me going to have to hunt like exactly which page of what note did I write this particular topic on, I can just talk to them and find exactly where this particular concept is. So it becomes quite handy. Being overwhelmed by the amount of information we are consuming on a daily basis, right? There is a research which says that on a daily basis we are consuming information which is equivalent to 11 newspapers every day. So one of the things we have to think about is if we are in the future we are going to use this information, what tools and what methods can we use to have access to that kind of information? And this is a very good tool to do that, right? So I think we have covered all of them. So some what are the best practices? Like I said, one topic, one notebook. For example, don't make one notebook for the entire term. Make it for one particular topic, right? It may be one course, but I would suggest go even like narrower. Make it like one notebook per topic. Utilize AI powered summarization because I think that gives us a very good overview, and then we can dig deeper into any concept we want. Another thing is it is a very good collaborative tool. So it's like we might have some sources using which we have created this, but when we share with it, they will upload their own information, or they can also talk to our notes, right? So it's like rather than they having a dependency on us, that if they want to clarify their doubt, they'll have to wait for our time. They can actually have conversation with our notes and get those doubts clarified by themselves. And please experiment. Like only when you start trying it, you will start realizing where it works, where it doesn't work. Like we did not look at any use case where this fails, but there would be such use cases, right? And again, once you start collaborating with other people, you'll see what kind of content they are using, what kind of content they are uploading, and that is how we can even improve our process. So practical applications, we can do literature review, lecture preparation, student support, even collaborative research using it. So that's about it. So in this session, particularly, I want to cover is prompt engineering, right? So this is like the foundation of prompt engineering. It's like people are doing their PhD thesis right now on how it can be they can use LLMs on prompt engineering. So what we'll do is we'll look at some of the best practices that has come out of this research, and what are they talking about, and where can we use what, which best practice, and how can we get better responses. So simply put, prompt is just like the message we have written, just like the message we are writing to ChatGPT. So it's just an instruction that we give to AI models. So one of the things that we need to understand about AI models is like they are tuned to follow instructions. So for example, when we talk about ChatGPT, the OpenAI has taken special care to make sure that whatever thing we send to ChatGPT as a prompt, right? So the first thing we need to realize is whenever we are talking to ChatGPT, there should always be an instruction in it. So this instructions can be in the form of a question. So we can ask a question. We can give it a command, like to do something like write an article. We can make a request. So for example, we can upload multiple documents. Can you please generate a summary of these PDFs? And we can also provide scenarios. So an example of scenario might be that, I'm going for a client meeting and I want to do a mock interview before I go to the client. So I can define the scenario to ChatGPT, and basically ChatGPT can play the role of the client and I can have a conversation. It's like first and foremost, it's not just for like developers. It is something I think all of us should practice. At the end of the day, prompt engineering nothing but improve communication skills, right? So it helps us get accurate responses. Basically, we can control like what tone ChatGPT is using, whether it's using formal language, casual language, is it using English or Hindi? We have that level of control on this, right? And like maybe sometimes we need a 5 page response, and sometimes we need just 5 bullet points. So all of these things will go into prompts, right? And this is a basic prompt framework that we have created, right? So generally, these are the things that you need to have in a prompt. If you understand this, I think you have understood at least half of what prompt engineering is, right? So a prompt should contain a task, right? And it should be clearly defined. So it's a clearly defined what you want AI to do, whether it's writing an article, whether it's to do an interview, whether it's to create a summary, clearly articulated. Second thing is provided context. So, like I said, context is the only information that AI has on it, right? And if you see in the last conversation I had with ChatGPT, I said discuss system one thinking. So you can say it started with sure Anurag. So how did it know? I did not provide any information like who I am. So where is it picking this information from? So this is all coming from context. So context can be provided in multiple ways. So there's something called a system level context, right? Which is called as custom instruction. So if you go to settings, go to personalization. So there are two things we can see here. One is called custom instruction, one is called memory. So what memory does is basically, let's say yesterday I had a conversation with ChatGPT. I said I have to do an FDP in Bhopal. So it will remember that I'm doing an FDP in Bhopal. So next time when I ask it some question, it will remember that maybe he's asking this question because he has to do an FDP in Bhopal. Generally, I like to keep it off because I don't like it to keep like don't want to give OpenAI data as well as I keep working in like multiple projects in parallel. But if this is relevant to you, this feature is available to you. Second thing is custom instruction. So when we go to custom instruction, there are certain questions that you can answer. So it's like, what should ChatGPT call you? What do you do? What traits should ChatGPTs have? So, for example, I can say that it's a straight shooter. So every response that ChatGPT gives me going forward is going to be straight response. Similarly, I can even say, you have to only talk in the Shakespearean English. So it is going to completely change the way it talks. Right? I can even say I only understand Hindi. So all the responses it's going to give are going to be in Hindi. Right? So on and so forth. And if you want, we can provide more information as well. So as you can see, here is some information I have provided. So it's like my name is Anurag Kumar. I live in Bangalore. And I've also provided like what are the units I like to use, like Celsius, kgs, millions, billions, and things like that. So this is where it is picking this information from. So every time I have a conversation with ChatGPT, ChatGPT knows where I am. So for example, if I ask what's the weather right now, it knows I'm in Bangalore. So it'll give me Bangalore weather. Otherwise, so on and so forth. So it's like, okay, I want to go for an event on the weekend. So it knows that I'm in Bangalore. So it's going to go online and search for events only in Bangalore. So that is why context becomes very important, right? The third one is persona. So, like I was saying before, we can give persona to ChatGPT. So we can say that you are a college professor with a PhD in quantum physics, and then it is going to answer all the questions like how a PhD professor will answer. Similarly, I can go and tell it that you are Gandalf, so it is going to answer in the tonality and in the mannerism of Gandalf from Lord of the Rings. Similarly, I can give it any role, right? So similarly, so giving a persona to ChatGPT is very important. Uh, and then the third one is references, right? So another way that AI is different from us, it is very good at understanding from examples. To give you a very fun example, let's do this exercise. So let's say I want to train this chat GPT that when I give it a movie name, it gives me an emoji instead, right? This is a very abstract thing to do, right? I don't know how exactly to explain it, let's say. So another way that I can do this is I can give it examples. So I can say, let's say input one. So when the input is, let's say, okay, any movie example that you might have, simple one. Let's say Batman Begins, right? So I can specify output. If you're not able to go to the next line by hitting enter, if it is like triggering the second option, you can do shift enter. So you can go to the next line, right? So let's say for Batman Begin, so it should give me, let's say, a Batman icon and let's say start icon. Okay. So let's say flag, right? So let's say this is the example. So I'll give it one more example. More examples we have, better it is. So another example, let's say Superman, right? So output should be something like uh, so something like this, right? It's just a mask. So it's like a masked vigilante. So now let's say. So now let's say I'm going to give Kashni and see what happens. So you can see it has created the brain and the shock icon. So Gajni, if it was just doing a keyword search, it should have like I don't know what it should have presented, but it understood what the movie is about, what is the plot of the movie, and based on that, it has created an icon. Right? So basically, I can give examples. So another way that I could have done it in a better way is basically I can go here and specify input here. Let's say Gajni. So, I mean, you can understand, like it can basically understand and it's going to give, so it has a fundamental understanding of things. It is not just like it's doing a keyword search or a keyword research. It actually understands what is the concept behind the words I'm using. So that's the thing I wanted to specify. And here I do not even tell it exactly what it needs to do, right? I just gave it some examples that, when Batman begins, this is the right answer. When I say Superman, this is the right answer. So when I say Kashi, what will be the right answer? So so that is like another way of communicating with ChatGPT or any LLM that we can give it references and it will be able to understand just from the reference itself. So similarly, let's say if you want an article to be in a particular tone or in a particular manner, you can also give that as an example. Your response should be similar to, and then you can give it like a brief outline or like a brief one or two lines about how the output should be. It will learn from that output and learn from that input and give you the output in similar manner. Right? Another the thing about the evaluate is generally what we think about is that okay, I'll just give one prompt and that's it. Can I keep on tweaking it? What I would say is evaluate it, right? And if the response is not there, continue on the conversation. See where ChatGPT has gone wrong. So maybe let's say you were asking me to write an article on the two types of thinking, right? System one thinking, system two thinking, and it gave you like a 10 paragraph answer, right? So what I'd say, go and iterate on the prompt. Or what you can also say is, hey, can you just give me 5 key bullet points from this, right? And then in that chat, it understands that what you're looking for is just 5 key bullet points. So keep on evaluating your response and tell ChatGPT exactly where it is going wrong. So based on that, what happens, it understands exactly what you're looking for, right? And other thing is iterate. Like I said, try it out first. And another way to iterate is like how I did here, right? So let's say first input was not right, so I can go and edit my prompts, right? So I can go add more examples and things like that. So I don't have to continue this conversation here. I can go back to any of my past conversation, click on edit, and change the prompt there, right? So for example, let's say I can say, so it is not like if you had a discussion with ChatGPT, you are just limited to it. You can go back and change your prompts again. So as you can say now, I said ki Raatan Vishnu, I started giving Avengers, so it has created a shield, right? So it understands these concepts, and when you go back, like for example, let's say you ask it to write let's say you ask it to write an article on 5 different topics. So then you said, okay, can you write an article on topic one? Now you want to write an article on topic two. So either you can say write an article on topic two, or go back and where you had mentioned write an article on topic one, you can go and change it again. So you can do those kind of edits to this. So, like I said, so these are like some of the, I think, examples so we can see it in action, like how the response changes. So, what I would suggest is in this exercise, pick up one of these 3 topics. I'm going to choose the first one, so which is for French Revolution. So you can choose a topic yourself, any one of them, and see what kind of response you get in ChatGPT. Right. So let's say create a lesson plan on French Revolution. So as you can see, first and foremost, it has made some assumptions now. Since I did not provide it enough context, first thing it has done is it has made an assumption that this lesson plan is for students from 8th to 10th grade. That might not be appropriate for us. So like I said, when you don't specify anything, it makes an assumption. And this is not like it will make the same assumption every time, it will make different assumptions. So that's why it's important that we specify as much information as possible, right? So this is the basic prompt, let's say we started with. So most of the people don't go beyond that. They'll be like, hey, create a lesson plan for French Revolution. Answer is not good and they will stop. So next step, what we can do is basically provide background. So how do we provide background? So here, as you can see, the prompt is create a lesson plan on the French Revolution for undergraduate students with a basic understanding of European history, right? So let me copy this prompt and see what happens. I'll change the same prompt. So as you can see, one is it has made it European History 101, like how courses are in the colleges. It has specified duration. So now it could be that I might want to do three classes on it, whereas it is doing only 190-minute session on it. So I can even see like what are the assumptions it is making right now, right? it has come up with learning objectives, outcome based education. So, what are the learning objectives that are there for this particular course? What are the materials available? So, it has done a very good job. But still, it might not be in line with what we want to do, right? That's like what should be covered in phase one, phase two, phase three, what are the visual aids and things like that. So, now we can also provide a point of view, right? So, now let's say we'll change this prompt to act as an experienced history professor. So, we are giving it a role, right? And create a lesson plan on the French Revolution, which is the actual prompt of the activity we want to do. And then we're providing it more context by saying for the undergrad students with a basic understanding of European history. So here the only change we have made is that we are telling it to take a role of a history professor. So let's see what we get now. So like a history professor is going to cover it in much more detail. So all of a sudden from one class it has gone to two classes. But the important part is so now we have another response. So if we see the difference in responses, right? The first one was basically, I think something has gone wrong here. Okay. So create a lesson plan in French history. This is a very basic and a very generic response that ChatGPT has provided us. Right? It is not even detailed. It's like I'll have to do most of the work. Most of the things is just like one line or it is very basic. Once I provide a little more context about the target audience, it has improved this significantly, right? Even the language has changed, even the topics that it's going to cover has changed, right? What are the main events, everything is quite clear. And when we go to the history professor, this starts looking more and more like how generally a course outline looks in a college. So now let's go to the next step. So we can provide it references as well. So for example, what I can do now is use the same prompt and say, hey, this is another course I did for the same class. And this was the course outline I used. So what you do is you take the formatting from the example that you have given and try to give you a course outline in the same format. So that is how basically we can get it to answer in the manner that we want. So it is not like ChatGPT gives responsive only a set manner. We can basically customize all of that, right? And again, like I said, evaluate these responses. So for example, it might have like added some, it might have just included one session, but you want to do it over 5 sessions. So that is where you evaluate and tell ChatGPT, hey, this is only for one session, but I have to conduct a 5 session, which is 60 minutes each. You might have taken an assumption that one session is 90 minutes, but you can evaluate and tell it, hey, it's not 90 minutes, it's a one session is 45 minutes. And it's going to make changes accordingly, right? And again, is it too broad? Is it too narrow? Right? Is the content appropriate for target audience? So we can evaluate on all of those and give that input to ChatGPT to evaluate its response. And like I said, use iterative method rather than just thinking there's one master prompt which can solve all our problems. This is an iterative process, right? So evaluate it, and then basically you can review the framework. So, for example, you might be, like I was saying, Porter's five forces. So you can even provide frameworks like that. For example, in marketing, we have this another concept called IDA, attention, interest, desire, action. So we can provide all of those frameworks to it, right? And if ChatGPT will not understand that framework clearly, we can even tell it, hey, this is what this framework actually means. And then based on our understanding, it is going to create a new response. Again, we can tell it to adjust phrasing. Sometimes you might want in a particular language or for a particular audience. So we can do that. For example, we can say that can you make it in simple English? So simple English is basically the thousand most common words, and like anybody can understand. If it is not able to understand our problem, That happens sometimes. We can ask you to do analogous tasks, right? So, for example, let's say we're asking you to create a course outline. It is not doing a very good job. So then you can say, if somebody has to give a lecture on this particular topic, what are the topics we should cover? So we can rephrase the task in that manner and introduce constraints. So I think of these four, the most important is introduce constraint. So for example, if we're asking ChatGPT to write an article, let's specify that don't make it more than 300 words. Maybe present it as bullet point format, right? Maybe put it in a formal English, put it in a casual English. So we can put all those constraints on here, right? Then another very powerful thing is let's use multimodal prompting. So what I mean by multimodal prompting is, image is worth 1,000 words, like they say. So there are some places where we might give an image rather than a text. So provide an image there, right? So for example, let's say a simple example is, let's say I'm creating a social media post, and for the social media post, we need captions and hashtags. So one thing I can do is I can go describe what the post is about and a lot of different details, and then say, can you give me a caption? Or what I can do is I can provide the image to it, image of the post that I'm going to post on Instagram, and say, can you create a caption for it? So based on the image, it will understand what the image is about and then give me a caption rather than me having to describe what I'm trying to do there. Similarly, let's say you have a lecture slide, right? And there is a graph there or like a very nice figure explaining the concept. So you can upload an image of that and then ask ChatGPT what's happening here. So what it will do is it will understand that diagram and how different things are connected, like architecture diagram or maybe just a conceptual diagram like a mind map. And then it can understand those mind map and basically use that as a prompt as well. So I would say this was like level one of prompt engineering, right? So I would say level zero is you find a prompt online or you just write one prompt and ChatGPT gives you an answer. Level one is we understand the nuances of prompts and we can create outbound prompts using the concept that we have learned. So prompt chaining is where the level three starts, or sorry, level two starts, right? Uh, so prompt chaining is basically we divide a complicated task in a set of activities. So for example, let's say if somebody asks me to create a course on a particular topic, how will I go about it? So I have a rough framework in my mind. First, I'll go and explore what are the different things being discussed on this particular topic, right? Second thing is I'll create basically an outline of all the concepts I have. Third thing is I'll try to put them in a logical step so that somebody who does not understand anything about this topic can go and become an expert in it. Like what will that flow look like? And then fifth one, I'll start creating a course outline, right? So what I'll do is the very first prompt is going to be about, hey, can you like let's say prompt engineering 101. Okay? What is being discussed about prompt engineering 101 right now in the research community? So ChatGPT will go and look at all these different research and prompt engineering and tell me, okay, these are the new things happening, these are well established concepts, these are some research papers which are published. Okay. The next I will say, if somebody doesn't understand prompt engineering and they have to become an expert in prompt engineering, how should they go about reading the information you have just provided me? So now what it will do is it will try to sort all the concepts it has told me in a manner that somebody who has no experience in prompt engineering can become a prompt engineer. Now I can tell ChatGPT that from this outline, if we have to create a 3-day course of 2 hours each, 90 minutes every day, what will be the what needs to be covered in each and every session? So then it will come up with objectives that okay, day one cover this, day two cover this, day three cover this. And then in the next prompt, I can say, can you create a detailed outline for each and every lecture? So rather than me putting this problem in just one prompt, basically I've divided it into 4 different prompts. And based on that, I understand exactly how did this evolve from doing a literature review to a course. I also have an oversight, the human oversight that we're talking about how did we go about creating this course outline? Was ChatGPT going in the right direction or not? So we have taken care of all of those things. So that is called prompt chaining. So here we have we have chained a couple of prompts together. And once you have these prompts, basically you can use it for any course you want, right? So that's why frameworks become very important, right? So for example, like I was saying, the marketing framework called IDA, attention, interest, desire, action. So we can go, okay, so this is my product. How do I capture audience's attention, right? Then I can say, okay, so if I've already captured users' attention, how do I raise interest in them? So basically, I can turn one framework into a set of prompts which can be chained together. So that is what is called as prompt chaining. The second concept is called chain of thought prompting, right? So in chain of thought prompting, basically we tell ChatGPT that show me step by step working of how did you arrive at this answer. So it is quite similar to like in board exams we had stepwise marks, right? If you don't do the in between step but arrive at the final answer, you will not get full marks. So it's something similar to that, right? So for example, let's take this example. So here's an example that I had. So I think we'll do both of them. I'll remove this last part. So a self-driving car is programmed to minimize harm in case of an accident. Suppose a situation arises where it must choose between hitting a pedestrian crossing illegally or serving into a barrier potentially harming the passenger. What should it do? Right? I think right now models have improved that it is going to go by chain of thought prompting. So it has done a good job right now. But let's say we have something else in mind, right? So like I said, so we have a prompt here. So let's see what this prompt is. So only thing that I've added is think step by step. So when we say think step by step, that is like one of the mm, one of the ways of doing chain of thought. So chain of thought is basically not just give me the answer, but also show me what was the thought process arriving in its answer. Right? So I'm saying think step by step. Consider ethical frameworks like utilitarianism, neotism, virtual ethics, and other things, right? And I can basically specify anything. So one of the good things to do here is if you in your particular domain, there might be multiple ways of doing the same thing. So you can clearly specify what those things are. And now, as you can see, the answer has changed from the vague essay-like answer it has given. It is thinking about step by step, right? So first, it defines the scenario. So there are two options: option A, option B. Second is it is going to apply these ethical frameworks, right? So it applied the first framework. You may favor protecting the passengers, right? It applied the second framework. The car should not take any action that deliberately harms the passenger, right? And after that, basically, it comes up with an answer. So it is not like the answer is based on the default way of thinking ChatGPT uses, but we can also specify exactly how to go about thinking, right? So do you think there are any use cases for chain of thought prompting? Can you think of something from the top of your head? Like where can we use it? Sorry? It's an interpretation of the yes. 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 Check the model. Sorry? Model. Yes. So anywhere where we need to do any amount of reasoning, so to say, right? Or we have a set method in place of doing things. So we can use step by step. And another reason for using step by step is we're talking about that, we need human oversights because AI can make mistakes. So it's not like that, that we are going to evaluate ChatGPT based on this, the final response that is going to give us. But we can also evaluate the response based on how did the AI arrive at that answer, right? So that is another way of evaluating AI's output. So when we do this chain of thought prompting, basically we understand what are the thought process behind coming to this answer. So basically, you can explain why a particular thing was done. So another one is called tree of thought prompting. So tree of thought prompting is basically looking at a scenario from multiple point of views, right? So for example, here's an example. So it's like you are planning to launch an eco-friendly shoe brand. Explore different marketing strategies from the perspective of consumer, an investor, a sustainability advocate, list pros and cons of each approach, then recommend the most balanced strategy, think through each perspective before concluding. So we can even specify. So it's like if there are multiple stakeholders involved, right? So we can use a tree of thought prompting. So we can look at the same scenario from multiple point of views. It is not just this. So what I like to do is I say that from a psychologist point of view. like from a marketer's point of view. And you can even give like different kind of personas to this. You can even say you are like a teenage consumer, right? Or you have like high disposable income. How do you think about the same thing? You can even say you are a student in final year, in the last semester of your course, and things like that. And what it does is it's going to basically take on the role of all of them and think about this from all these different angles, and then make a judgment call. So now the thing is, let's say we don't agree with the final output of ChatGPT, right? We still have insights into what are the pros and cons let's consider. And if like for any particular persona it has made a mistake, we can correct it there. If we're just looking at the final answer, that won't be possible. So as you can see, first you look at from consumers' perspective. So what are the pros, what are the cons? From investors' point of view, sustainability advocates' perspective, and then it has created a so it's like created a summary. So it has even come up with a balanced messaging example, right? So it's like our shoe looks amazing, feel even better, and tread lightly on the planet, built to last, craft responsibly. So it has looked at from all of these different point of views and thought that this is the best line possible. But let's say what happens when we remove this, right? So you are planning to launch a eco-friendly shoe brand. Okay. So what do we need? We need a marketing strategy. So here, as you can see, it did not think from anybody's perspective. It is just using its knowledge and it started creating brand positioning, target audience. It would have done a very good job even here. But the thing is, we don't. I'll just say hi, Anurag. Not even. So it is going to adapt based on the answers I'm providing. So it's like I can even say that every time you also evaluate my responses and give me what are the three steps, three things I can do to improve my responses. So it will even provide that kind of analysis to me at each and every turn that I get. So it's like, see, so it's like, hi, nice to meet you, Anurag. Could you tell me a little more about your educational background? If I had provided educational background, work background here, this question would have been different. So I can actually do mock interviews and rehearse in that manner as well. I can also say that you are the host of Kaun Badega Company and you're asking me questions on this particular topic, and then I can even like have like a question answer session with it on any particular topic that I want, right? So another use case that we built for this was, for example, so we are building this therapy bot. So for example, if anybody has any issue, they can basically have like a group therapy session, and the other people are going to be characters from fictional books. So it would be like there will be Gandalf, there will be Bilbo Baggins, there may be Iron Man, there might be Joker from the DC Comics. And when the user says something, they all pitch in and they also say something else. So it becomes kind of like a very, very good environment where they can just, let out their frustrations and see how all of these different their favorite characters are answering to their responses, and basically have a conversation and get it out of the system. So we can create these entire scenarios using ChatGPT, and I think that is effective. So that is like level two. So level three, level four, when we talk about it, basically programming comes in the picture. We can build our own systems. Like I said, that basically I can connect ChatGPT to my college database, and then it can have access to my student information and things like that. Similarly, let's say I can connect it to my Google Drive, and on my Google Drive, I have all these different decks on my company and what my company does. So it can go look at the corresponding documents and answer based on them, right? So we can build all those kinds of features. So these 10 are basically effective prompt writing tips, which can take you from level 0 to level 2, level 3. One, try to always give ChatGPT a persona. When you're not specifying persona, basically ChatGPT goes with default persona that it is trained on, right? So even if you're not specifying it, there is a persona in play always. Second one is add delimiters to separate different pieces of information. So sometimes what happens is basically we will need to provide multiple articles, maybe. right? Or maybe let's say we have to provide multiple comments or like multiple pieces of information. So if you just copy paste it, so ChatGPT will not have a good idea about where does this article start, where does this article end. So what we can do is basically we can have some kind of delimiters. It could be just like, three dash lines or three double quotes or something like that. So it knows, okay, this is one piece of information, this is another piece of information, this is the third piece of information, right? Uh, Third one provides step-by-step instructions. I think one of the best things you can do to improve the kind of response you're getting ChatGPT is just say, think about this problem step by step, and only then give me an answer for anything. So what happens in that case is you also get access to the thought process behind how did we arrive at this particular answer. Because if later on somebody says, hey, I know this is a good enough response, but how did you go about it? What were the things you considered? And later on, you are trying to evaluate this response. So the step by step really helps with that because you can see, did we miss out something very critical here, right? The next one is provide examples. Like we saw, and a lot of times maybe we're not able to articulate exactly what we want, but we have some good examples to give, right? So these examples could be in the form of formats, or these could be in the form of questions as well, right? So for example, we can give an entire sample question paper. Okay, this is how we have to create a question bank. So we can use that example and create accordingly. Third, be clear and specific. No, sorry. The fifth is be clear and specific. And what I mean by that is provide only the relevant information as much as possible. Because any information you are providing, ChatGPT will go through it. It is not like it will ignore irrelevant information. For example, if you have provided 10 pieces of information, but only one of them is relevant, it is going to give equal weightage to all 10 of them. And because of that, your responses might Uh, think about it as an iterative refinement. So there are two ways to do iterative refinement. One is you go and change the prompt itself. The second way of doing iterative refinement is when ChatGPT has given you a response, you find out where this response is lacking, and then tell ChatGPT that hey, this is a good enough response, but I think you have not covered these things as well. So the next response that you get in that chat is going to be a much better response, right? The seventh one is bring the knowledge to the surface before instructing. So what do I mean by that? So let me give an example. So we were talking about the IADA model, right? Attention, interest, desire, action, right? So it's like, can you tell me how Apple uses IADA? Right? So I'm asking, how does Apple use the IADA model for their website? So now it's going in, trying to understand exactly and certainly giving me the answer. So another way and a better way to do this could also be like this. That rather than me asking what, so I can say what is IIDA model. So when I say what is IIDA model, this is bringing this knowledge to the surface. We know it intrinsically understands what IIDA model is, but now when it has written it down, it has come to the contextual knowledge. So this information is much more easily accessible for ChatGPT to further analysis of, right? And then after that, maybe I can go and put the same prompt here, and it has a lot more context about how IIDA model works, right? So this is one another way that the responses can be improved. Is this clear? Are there any doubts here in any of these? So the eighth one is give AI time to think. So like I was mentioning that it thinks on paper, right? So generally what happens is we have this temptation to say to tell ChatGPT just give me the final answer. I'm not interested in how you arrived at this answer. I just want to know what the information that is useful to me. So that is not really the right thing to do because sometimes ChatGPT needs to go through its own process. So one of the ways that we can do is give it time to think. Let it like give it like direction. Hey, think in this direction. Maybe this is what you should do. And then finally, once you think that you have like a clear path set, only after that ask it to basically create final output, right? Ninth one is use frameworks as much as possible because using frameworks we can communicate a lot of context without using a lot of words. So it's like when I say IIDA model, there is like enough content about IIDA model online which ChatGPT is already trained on. So similarly, we have like different frameworks in all of our subjects, right? Like I said, when I'm writing a story, I can use Snowflake method. If there's some other frameworks, I can use them as well. So depending on what frameworks I want to use, I can contextualize those things as well. And last but not the least, tell AI what is going wrong. So that is what I meant by the iterative prompting, right? So for example, maybe it created like 10 paragraph article, but I want you to 3 paragraphs. So I have to tell it, hey, this is the 10 paragraph. I don't need so much information. Can you condense it to 3 paragraphs? So what happens in the same chat? Next time when I ask you to write an article, it will write only a 3 paragraph article. So now this chat is basically what we call as primed. Yeah. So this chat is primed to respond to us in the manner that we want. So similarly, you have a framework. So you want ChatGPT to implement a framework. It made 15 different mistakes. We went and corrected all those 15 mistakes. So next time when we apply the same framework to something else, we can just ask just to the same chat framework. And it will understand that, okay, this is what I wanted to say, but the user wanted this instead. So I'm going to factor all of that in and give the response in the manner that user wants. So I think that's about it for this session. I think we have to break, right? Yeah. So I think final thought about this, like this is all I wanted to cover here, and like then we will be on track about the content we wanted to cover. So prompt engineering is crucial for effective use of AI tools. I hope that is clear now, like what I mean by that and why it is important, right? So advanced techniques like prompt chaining, chain of thought, tree of thought, prompting allows for more complex tasks. You don't need to remember these names, just like exactly what we're doing. And it's not some rocket science. This is like basically even if we're trying to explain these things to somebody else, we'll follow the same methodology, right? AI agents can act as expert partners. I think that is very important to understand. Because sometimes it's very important for us to get out of our head and look at the same problem from different people's point of view, right? A different stakeholders' point of view. Responsible AI use includes human oversight to address hallucination and bias. So, what you mean by hallucination is basically sometimes, as we saw in the case of the Raspberry, right, it was saying there are only 2 hours in Raspberry, and it was saying so confidently. So, sometimes we run into these issues where AI gives a wrong answer, and even when we're asking, is this the right, it will be very confident and insist that it has done the right thing. So, that is what we call as hallucination. But when we do this chain of thought prompting, then we can actually find out exactly where AI went wrong. And we can either correct it or no. Okay, this answer is going to be wrong because there's a fundamental misunderstanding that the AI has, right? And also, if stuck, one of the best things that you can do is basically ask ChatGPT itself to create a prompt, right? So I'll give you a fun example of this. So let me just quickly see. So we are aware of this concept called metacognition, right? Which is thinking about thinking. And I think that is the next horizon for AI. That it can have metacognition, it can have like self-awareness and things like this. So the other day, I was trying this out and it worked quite seamlessly. So let me see if I can make it work again. Uh, so can you check online to see if ChatGPT is offline? So this is ChatGPT checking online to see if it itself is offline, right? So I thought this was like kind of like simulating metacognition in a way. Not really, but like in the same direction. So it checked online, gave me the sources that ChatGPT is online, right? So then I asked, So is this an example of metacognition? Like, yes, your question, can you check online to see if ChatGPT is offline? And the follow-up, is this an example of metacognition? Is related to metacognition, but not exactly the direct example of it, right? So then I can say, next, can you create a prompt that will make ChatGPT simulate, let's say, right? So let's say, so asking whether check online status, uh, metacognition. So now it has created a prompt for me, and it actually creates a very good prompt. So I can use this prompt in the follow-up chat. So like based on this, I've asked a simple question: can AI replace humans completely? So now it has like a completely different personality now. So it's like you ask, can AI replace humans completely? So first, I am thinking that it's a philosophical and technical question. So it is going to go through the entire metacognition cycle. It is going to think about a lot of different things. It's going to reflect on its own answer. It's going to evaluate. It is going to plan and then continue on refining. So answer replacement can mean several things. Conclusion, and then it can basically give an answer based on that. So here I got ChatGPT itself to create a prompt for me based on what I wanted. So ChatGPT can also create prompts for you too. Similarly, if you're creating an image, and if you want to add a lot more details to it, basically you can ask ChatGPT to create a prompt to create an image on top of it. And like there are a lot of these different use cases where basically you can get ChatGPT to create a detailed prompt for you. I think with that we'll conclude this session. I think we can break for tea now, and then we'll come back for the next session. Thank you, everyone. I hope this was useful. Yeah. So please settle down. So we'll get started. Because of AI right now is we don't have a framework to think about it. Right? We have framework to think about what is plagiarism, and we have like all these legal and moral frameworks around what can be permitted in academics, what cannot be permitted. But we never had this problem before, right? That we can create, we can basically with a simple prompt get a final output without having any understanding of what the output is about. And this is not something which is plagiarized. This is 100% original content. How do we go even think about this, right? And this has introduced a lot of different problems. In research, with almost all aspects of business or academia and everywhere. So look at like what is there in the market right now, and what are different experts talking about it. What are different ways of handling it, and so basically incorrect prediction. Basically incorrect prediction. It could be a false positive or a false negative. And when we talk about biases, this is a little more subtle than even like the outright biases that we see, right? Which we are introducing by using tools like this. So to give you an example that even OpenAI had mentioned by themselves, let's for example, let's say I asked ChatGPT to write a story about a doctor and a nurse, right? So what ChatGPT will do is basically it will always make a male doctor and a female nurse, right? And that is mainly because that is how our literature has been till now, right? But for something to do this in autopilot, basically keeps emphasizing these kind of biases. So we need to be aware of these kind of things, right? So this is not inherently an AI issue. This is basically a human issue, and it has basically picked up those biases from the kind of literature we had on. Similarly, there are like a lot of other cases of biases as well, right? So another case of bias could be something like this. For example, let's say I'm applying to a company. I'm a very good candidate, but I don't know the nuances that that this resume is going to be screened by an AI. So basically, my PDF is just an image. Now, when the AI evaluates this response, it does not get any content out of it. He was trying to find text in it, but these are those two images. So even though I'm a very qualified candidate, I might not get selected. So is it like an ethical thing to do, right? That candidate whether who was very good, you are rejecting just because your AI cannot pass that resume. Right? So these are the kind of ethical questions that we are asking today. Right? So at least with the human in loop, what we can do is when we are verifying each and every output, we can basically filter out all this content which might be biased, which might be wrong, things like that. But this issue is a lot more complicated than this, right? So before I begin, I want to ask you, what are some of the issues that we are facing because of AI in classroom? Like, have you faced any issue, or do you think it's okay the way it's going? Yes, so that is a major concern. Project works, yes. Anything else that you might have seen happening?
There's no harm in using AI for project work,
Mhm.
but the thing is, children don't know okay, what have they done.
Exactly.
That's where the
So the understanding is not happening.
that's they not applying their mind.
Absolutely.
Practice.
So those are like some of the major concerns, right, that all of us have. That if a tool like this, somebody who does not even understand ABC of the subject they're talking about, can sound like an expert, right? And especially when we are in the learning stage, basically it's the continuous practice and going through that hardship that of figuring things out. is where the learning happens. And AI basically bridges that gap that you can go from being a zero to a hero in no time. And then they don't face this resistance. So are there like some frameworks to overcome this? What are different experts talking about it? That's broadly what we'll discuss in this session, right? So best practices to prevent cheating using AI in assignments, right? So first and foremost, I think we need to admit that this is not really an AI problem, but it's more of an ethic and a moral issue that basically the students don't have academic integrity, right? So it's like they are saying one thing, but they're doing another thing in the back end. That's a form of cheating, so to say, right? And we anyway have in all the colleges, we have student guidelines and code of conduct, right, of what can be done, what should not be. So one of the ways that we can do this is basically tell students you can use AI to redo your assignment. But when I ask you to come and present in the class, you'll have to defend your assignment with each and every student, right? We can also ask them to sign a disclosure form saying that, whether, hey, I have used AI, this is where I have used AI, or get a signed declaration saying I have not used AI for this assignment. And then tell them, see, you're going to have serious repercussions because you're violating the policy that you have signed when you joined this college. Again, this is like a kind of like a stick method, right? Which does not sit well. Another one is basically we can integrate AI itself in the assignment, right? We can tell them that, hey, this is the assignment. We're okay as long as you are understanding what you're doing. You can use AI and we'll see how we can go about it, right? And another thing is, I think we should make AI use disclosure now. So, because going forwards, almost everything is going to have AI. For example, there's a software called Grammar. So, what Grammarly does, it corrects your grammar, changes, puts punctuation, things like that. Even that is AI. And so, it's like we want students to have good communication in English, right? But when they're using tools like that, that might not happen. So, there are even issues like that. It's not just they're producing final output, but even their communication skills might not go beyond a certain level because of this happening. And another latest research has shown that people who use tools like OpenAI's ChatGPT and other large language models, their critical skills diminish over time, right? Either it plateaus or it starts diminishing. We have hard data on that, right? So specifically in knowledge work, I think that's a very big thing to factor in when we're using tools like this. So one thing is AI use declaration for assignments. The one thing that we should start doing straight away, at least to make the so it's like so that that academic integrity to bring it in forefront. Ask them to provide a declaration for their assignment. I think that's a must-have right now, right? And this declaration is not like that. I have not used AI. This declaration is like where have you used, what AI tools you have used, and what you have used it for, right? Make it very clear that a completely AI generated output cannot be accepted. But we understand AI is something which is going to be used in almost all areas of our life. But you have to declare exactly where you have used it, right? And it comes after you have understood what you're doing. So make it a norm. Ask them to declare their AI usage, what they have used it for, what tools they have used, right? And this acknowledging that the final submission is their own notes. I think this is something which you need to do. I have a simple template of what we can do. So these slides would be accessible to you. So you can pick it up if you want. So for example, the assignment is my original work. Let them clearly articulate that. And after that, have they not used AI tools? Right? What tools they have used? They are like with thousands of tools today. So for example, there's this tool called Thesis5. Okay, so Thesis5 is like it's a paid tool, and I think one prompt, like just sending one prompt, costs somewhere around $8, right? And what it does is, I give it a prompt, and it generates 50 pages thesis for me on any topic whatsoever, right? And I think that's a very powerful technology. That is obviously not permitted. Right? So that's why it's important that we ask them, hey, what tools have you used? What exactly have you used AI for? And we also look at what the research journals are asking today. What are their guidelines as well? So always like briefly mention whether they use it for brainstorming idea or for proofreading, getting a rough template to get started with the assignment, what they have used it for. Let them be very clear about it that if they are using AI, they have to clearly articulate where it was used. Doesn't matter if it runs in pages, but this is something that it is mandatory for them to submit with their every assignment that they're doing, right? So another thing is we have to start thinking about designing assignments for higher order thinking, right? What do I mean by that? So for example, a lot of time when we ask students to write an essay, we're not really checking their essay writing skill. What we're actually trying to understand is have they understood the concepts well, right? So, for example, we have to start designing questions which check their analyticals, their ability to synthesize information. So basically coming up with a point of view, evaluating and having a person that they're able to talk about it from their point of view. So how can we do this? So for example, instead of writing an assignment like explain the working of a neural network, which basically I can just go on ChatGPT and write. So you could put it something like evaluate how neural networks could be optimized for rural healthcare system in India. Or it could be like, related to something, another assignment that they might have done. So make it much more use case oriented that they can relate to. Another thing is personalize the assignments, right? So for example, ask students to relate topics to personal experience or whatever context that we can work on, right? So for example, we can say, hey, so apply this concept to the project you completed in your internship. Like, how did you go about it? So they'll have to articulate what did they do their internship in, right? What were their learnings? And then even if they put that kind of information, put it in ChatGPT and get a response, at least they had like some thought process around how did they arrive at the answer. So even though the entire answer might be AI generated, at least some learning has happened, right? So these are like different kind of ways that we can do that. Another thing, and I think this should become the norm, is ask them for state submission. Generally, what happens is if we have like a 30 marks assignment, it is given during the beginning of the term, and then they have to make the submission at the end of the term. And then generally, what happens is one night before the submission, they realize they have to start working on it. And then the only option available to them is go to ChatGPT, put it, and get whatever response they're getting. So rather than that, we can have state submissions. So, for example, even if like I'm writing a thesis, I'm doing some amount of research, I'm writing a long article or whatever. Generally, there has to be some thought process behind it, right? Like I said in the prompt training before, we don't always get to the final output. We do it in steps. So ask them to submit it and give them a timeline. Then at the end of the week one, they'll have to do a proposal. At the end of the week two, they'll have to give an outline. End of week three, they'll have to give a draft. And end of the last week, they'll have to give a final assessment, right? And we evaluate and provide them feedback at each and every stage. This means slightly more work, but this also basically makes them go through the entire process. Like even if a student is doing the assignment by themselves, but if they're sitting on the last day in the grade, that also does not serve a purpose, even if they're not using AI, right? But when they follow this process, they also understand the motion that they have to go through to arrive at this particular answer. So another one is basically this is slowly becoming the norm that incorporate Viva and oral defense again. This is how the education used to happen, I would say 2 decades back, where whenever you're doing a submission, you'll have to come and present it along with submitting a final copy. But make it very clear that there will be an oral defense, and if you're not able to give good oral defense for whatever you have done, you'll get a big zero. There will be no marks for your submission. So at least that fear is there that okay, I need to understand what I'm presenting. It's not just that, but even their communication skills will improve. Their their learning of how do they articulate what the thought process they have behind it. All of those things will also improve. And fake understanding is like it's can be easily caught in that manner, right? So again, we can use AI detection tool, but because of the nature of AI, it is not 100% correct. So, for example, how AI works is the ChatGPT, right? So, ChatGPT has consumed like a lot of articles on how to write an article, let's say. So now, if you go online and search for all these different articles on how to write an article, what we'll find is there is some set uh, process we can follow. So, start with an introduction, find out what are the three key points you're going to talk about, then conclude it. So now the thing is, if a student follows these methods accurately, does not use AI, but like starts with an introduction, add 3 points, and concludes it. There's a very high probability that when you put it in AI detector, it will say it's an AI generated content, even though no AI was used to generate it. because this is the standard way of doing things, right? So we are penalizing people who have not used AI in that case, right? So this issue exists. So this is the current issue that we have. And what some of the other tools, how do they detect whether something is AI or not? Is basically they find out the length of the sentences. Generally, AI generated content has a similar length. So, for example, most of the line are going to be 5 to 6 words or 7 to 8 words in that same ballpark. That's how they're detecting it. They're not doing anything beyond that, right? So, I would say when you are using AI detection tools, use some of the prominent ones. So, do you have access to the this thing? Yeah, so this is a reputed one. But I would say when you get like a positive match that uses AI generated content, try it out on one or two more AI content generators or like detectors, sorry. Because just if one of them says that it is AI generated content, it might not be. There's a high probability that it's the false person.
What of this one?
Mhm.
Is it catching the other one, this one or the other one?
Mostly, mostly. So you take the assignment, let's say put it in GPT-0. GPT-0 says that 70% AI content. Put it in like originality.ai. If that also says 80 to 90% is AI generated content, then it's very big probability that this is AI generated.
So, what will do something like that? Here, now, is this programs that you guys use organized or but how, what extent do I actually really respect it?
So that is something which you don't have a solution right now. So what all the rail companies trying to do, they're trying to put a fingerprint so that we can identify whether it's an AI generated content, but we are still quite far off from that. And
I think it is not removed from the database. So again, when it is again reloaded for a black test, it will again detect 100%. So that has to be cleared from the depository and then a fresh check if we do then.
but still, so this is not a sure solution.
No, but if we have already checked, there was some 50% of not AI flag test, and then ultimately we removed it from the depository, and then we reworked on it, and then we are again doing. So do you think that it will enhance the 50% to a greater amount, or will it reduce it?
I ma'am, it depends on case to case basis.
I
But like I said, so what these tools are doing is they are just doing some mathematical function on them. So they will either calculate the average length of the line. Like for example, each sentence, for example, I have written a paragraph, I have written an article. So what they will do is they'll find out each and every sentence and count number of words in them. And then it will also try to compare that, whether these words are generally used by AI. So it does those kind of things. It is not like a sure shot way of identifying it's an AI.
Is there any kind of a shadow detector like we do have it in a this fax machine like the black and white spots? Do we have something like that?
Not right now. So they are trying to work on it that, can we put a fingerprint in AI generated content that we can detect it later on. But what will happen is again there will be another tool which will remove that image. So it's basically hacking the system, right? So hackers always stay one step ahead of whatever the current technology is. So it's not really a sure shot thing to do. It's a good indicator that you can say, hey, this says this is AI generated, so please make sure that specify where exactly you have used AI. Otherwise, it can cause issues for you. So that's the only thing we can do. So another thing is, I think we need to discuss clear expectations, clearly articulate what they can use AI for, what they cannot use AI for. Ask them that hey, we'll have to declare it. Also put the fear in them that hey, you have signed something called the Student Code of Conduct, right? If you do not follow it and if you violate it, basically you can have an institute level disciplinary action against you because you're violating the academic integrity. Because the thing is, right now, even if they're doing it, they might do it in once they get a job. And there, the repercussions could be quite serious. To give you an example, for the very long time, Amazon did not allow its employees to use ChatGPT, and they have a very valid reason for that. Their company data will go to OpenAI, who is their competitor. So they are like, no matter what happens, if we find out that you have used ChatGPT, and they are very particular about it, they said Chat. If we find out that you have used ChatGPT, you will get fired. Like there is no like you have to come and explain why you did it or anything. You will be fired because you have violated employee policies that you agreed on, where you have clearly said that you will not share your company's data with a third party. And when we're using a tool like OpenAI, basically you're sending data to a third party. Now, after DeepSeek has come in, so they are pretty okay with it. That DeepSeek is running on our servers. We know exactly where data is going, so it's okay for you to use DeepSeek. So companies have those kind of policies. So even if like we take care of it in college, they might run into this issue in corporate, and that would be like even more severe repercussion. And we need to tell students about these things, right? See, this could happen. So that's the reason you should not do it, right? So another thing is, like I was saying, ask for process-based work. So, for example, if they have to create an article or if they have to do a thesis or anything like that, ask them to submit their drafts, ask them to submit their brainstorming notes, ask them to share screenshots, right? So, ChatGPT might be able to give them the final answer, but ChatGPT cannot create screenshots for them. And when they're like, if they're putting in the effort to put screenshots, then they might as well as finish the assignment in the way that it is expected from them. So that is the thing. So it's like the way how we are evaluating student assignments need to change. How we are going to give them assignments need to change. What we're evaluating them against need to change, right? Previously, it is simple. I've asked them to write an essay. If they have written a good essay, means they have good understanding. They are able to basically synthesize information, evaluate their own responses, find out what should be put in. And that is why we have essays. But now we'll have to go one step back, right? So we need to understand, okay, exactly what am I expecting from this particular assignment, right? Is it like I'm checking their understanding? Am I checking their writing skills? Am I checking that they are able to synthesize information? What are these things? And then evaluate them based on that, right? And ask them to submit the entire process about how did they arrive at this particular outcome, and ask them to defend it in the classroom. This will take slightly longer. This will take slightly more effort, but that is the direction you have to go. Because this is the only short way of making sure that all the parties win. Because not just about pointing fingers to students and saying that hey, you copied it, so you should be penalized. It is also like we also have to show them what's the right way of doing things in this brave new world, right? Because AI is something which they're going to be using it for the rest of their life, and they need to understand like where to use it, where not to use it, and those kind of things are also important. Like I said previously, we used to talk about that soft skills like communication skills, public speaking. We don't take separate courses for them, but we learn it along with our other courses. AI is a pretty much same thing now. It's like we are not going to do a separate course for AI. They will learn to use AI and how are they going to synthesize information using AI and things like that only in their main coursework. So that is something that we have to be aware of, right? Another thing is peer review and collaborative projects. So rather than just one person submitting it, make it like a pair or like a five people submitting the same assignment, who are responsible for all the stages of the process, right? So that even if like one person is very insistent on that, hey, I'm just going to use AI, at least there's some amount of peer pressure to go about doing it the longer way. Like none of these ways are 100% sure shot. I understand that. But these are some of the best alternatives that we have as of right now about how do we deal with this issue. And this is like a topic which is of active discussion in almost all the forms right now, but there is no concrete solution. But I think only solution that will end up coming is that we will have to do self-policing. It is not possible for somebody to detect if we penalize somebody for the AI generated content that they have written, and it will like they will get penalized only at a stage where it might completely destroy their career. So it is better that they learn it step by step, make sure okay, what is not okay to do, and then learn it in the classroom, right? Another thing that we can do is use time constraint and new class assignment. Maybe ask them to prepare for a particular thing and come to the classroom, and then make them sit in the classroom and deliver, right? So, for example, we can give them the topic, say, okay, brainstorm, think about what are different things we can discuss, then have a classroom discussion on that particular topic, and then give them marks just like how we do in group discussion. Or ask them to synthesize the information, give them some new piece of information, and ask them, okay, so with this new insights, how will your article change, right? And this also helps them inculcate these new kind of information. And this is like a much more real world scenario. Like this is how it works in corporates, right? your knowledge is not finite. So generally you keep getting new information and based on that kind of output you produce changes. Right? And I think most importantly, we have to experiment with AI as a learning tool, right? So we know that it's a great learning tool. So we have to also, rather than stopping students from using it completely, we should actually encourage it that, okay, use Notebook LM for your course so that, your concepts become much more clear. If your concepts are not clear, use ChatGPT to break it down at whatever level you're comfortable with, so that they are able to understand it fundamentally. Right? Similarly, we'll have to basically design assignments where they're using AI, and students should also become comfortable, that if they go to the professor and say, ma'am, I used AI, then it's not like they should not have that fear that I'll get penalized just because I have used AI for something. So we have to normalize use of AI. But at the same time, we have to be very strict saying that if your assignment is 100% AI generated and you have no idea what you have written, you will get a very big zero. So I think that has to become very clear, as well as they need to realize that this is going to have real world implications, which will be very serious for them. That okay, when I'm using AI and not declaring it to my professor or in my assignment, then basically I'm violating something which is much more fundamental. Like it's a moral and ethical issue. It is not just that I have crossed the line just to get 10 marks in my assignment, right? So that is about classroom. So I think these 10 are some of the ideas that we can use. Um, there's a lot of discussion about AI use in research, and there are like there are some amazing tools which basically change how we do research nowadays, right? So we need to look at it. So tomorrow in two sessions we are going to look at what are different AI tools that we can use for our research. So like I said, from literature review to writing an article, writing a research article, AI can do everything, right? But again, there is a moral issue that if I'm building a system which can keep printing scientific papers on autopilot, then again it's not something which is an ethical thinking, right? So how do we deal with this? So what are your thought process on AI in research? Like where do you think it's okay to use and where do you think it's not okay to use? Sorry? Finding gaps, yes, ma'am. Review of literature. So for that one, so one of the rules that I follow is that when ChatGPT is giving me any link without searching the internet, because made up some things, right? Yeah, but those are like because anything else, like any other business where you think AI can be used for research? Overall information. Yes. Sorry? Yes. 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 So where do you think AI should not be used in research? Let's frame the question that way. Interpretation, analysis. Okay. So then we creating synthetic data. So it should be, yeah. Yes. Correct. That is completely unethical and it's like doesn't even give any sense. Yes. So that's the thing. And like I said, AI can practically do anything. And since research paper, I would say the hallmarks of what a knowledge workers can produce. Right? So AI can also do it, and we have to basically be very careful about what. Okay, so do you know of any issue that research community is facing because of AI right now? So that's definitely one. Yes. And the thing is, once they identify that these are AI based paper, then it also puts a like a stamp on how. Yes, definitely, definitely. So there are some major issues about using AI in research, right? So the very first thing is basically I got a lot of this information from Harvard's website. So they have very uh, detailed information on how to use AI in research paper. So one thing is almost all the publishers are very clear that no matter what AI you have used, you have to mandatory declare it. If you're not declaring any AI use, whether it is just like a tool like Grammarly, then it is an unethical practice, right? So where exactly you have used AI, you have to clearly articulate whether you have to put it in sources or whatever, but you have to specify that you know, hey, I used AI for this thing. And I think it is becoming the norm now, even in corporate. This was summarized using AI. This was edited using AI. This information is synthesized from 10 articles using AI. Yes, sir. Now some of them are. Slowly, all of them will start asking. So I will like nature journal, at least in the science from the yes. So they are very particular about it. And I think it should become the norm that what is AI generated should come out. At least it should be declared, right? So, and another thing that they talk about is so one thing is they are very clear that the images should not be AI generated, right? I think almost all the journals are pretty clear that until unless your research paper is about AI generated images or generative AI, none of your images should be AI generated, right? Not just that, but sometimes we use tools to even upscale our images, right? Even that should be discouraged because a lot of information is lost when we are providing image to an AI, right? So again, any form of image, so it is very clear it should not be AI generated, specifically when it comes to research. The same goes for multimedia content, right? Image or any multimedia content should not be AI generated. It's not just we can specify that we use AI for it. It should not be used. And what I mean by that is basically any of these visual images, right? For like photograph and all. We can still create figures and all using AI. That is perfectly fine because these are conceptual images. But the actual images or actual multimedia, we should not use for any of the research purposes, right? Another thing that this is an issue with we are happening almost like a year back. So you know some people listing ChatGPT as a co-author on the research paper.
The reference. Even the reference now they have started using ChatGPT.
Yes. So that is also an issue that we are facing, right? So one is, so they are very clear that distribution of authorship carries with accountability for the work. And AI tools cannot take such responsibility. So because of that, we cannot mention ChatGPT as a co-author or like as a reference as well. Yes. So even like Google cannot use this. So we can refer to those. So the okay. So we can refer to them. We can provide those as references. We cannot say I got this information from ChatGPT. Yeah. So if we find that the references that ChatGPT has provided us, I would say first let's go and read those articles and make sure that you know what ChatGPT is saying is correct, and then we can provide references. But we cannot say I got this information from now.
Citation ChatGPT is giving in a particular format.
Yes, where it got the article from. Yes, yes. So we can cite those articles. There's no issue. That same as like finding articles on Google and citing the article. So there is no issue with that. What I'm saying is we cannot say I got this information from ChatGPT. So I cannot cite ChatGPT as source. Similarly, I cannot cite Google as a source. See, I got this information from Google because that information is not inherently Google's information to give, right? So basically, this is specified in general methods and acknowledgements that where exactly AI is being used. So we have to mention that. So another thing that almost a lot of like most of the journals agree upon now is entire paper should not be produced using AI. So this also includes, let's say, I have done a lot of research and I have just provided all this information to ChatGPT, and I asked ChatGPT, can you write the entire research paper for me? So even though this is an original research, but this is not encouraged. And the reason for that is one, research article is written by humans for humans, right? It is not for machines consumption. Second thing is ChatGPT might make some mistake or make some inferences from data which might be different from what we have now, right? So we will not be able to defend those kind of things. So entire article should not be written by AI. Maybe we can use AI for grammatical corrections. We can use it to forms, change the English in a more of an academic format, line by line, or make slight changes. Those are all okay. But entire article written by AI is something which is not okay at all. After that, So they are very clear. Authors are responsible for ensuring that the content is accurately valid. Onus of that the information is correct is not on ChatGPT. It is on the person who is submitting the research paper, right? They have to take the responsibility for it, right? And they have to make sure that there is no concern for plagiarism, right? AI might have got content from somewhere. You might have just put it blindly, but it is possible that it has just copy pasted from somewhere else. So plagiarism check you still have to do. Sometimes ChatGPT does generate content which is plagiarized, right? We have to make sure all the relevant sources are cited. ChatGPT is terrible at it. Until unless we're using something like Notebook LM, uh, we never get all the sources. So, and the thing is, when we're doing this, we have to cite each and every, where did each and every idea come from, right? So in all statements in the article, reporting hypothesis, implications, results, everything are your own idea. It is not something which you got from ChatGPT. You understand where they are coming from and what kind of insights you want to draw from them. It is not something that you got an outline for a research paper from ChatGPT and you just filled in it. Even that is not permitted. Hypothesis and other things included should also all be persons right? I have also provided this Harvard research resource. So once you get the slides, you can have a look at this website as well. Right? So another thing is, let's say our research paper deals with generative AI, or we have used ChatGPT to do our research. So another thing is, okay, in this case, how do we say that we have used ChatGPT, right? So I'm again, so whatever journal you're submitting to, through check their guidelines, they might be slightly different. But what most of the journals right now say is we don't cite ChatGPT, but we say who the company that owns that large language models. So, for example, so if I credit the author of the algorithm with the reference list entry and the corresponding in-text citation, right? So here is an example. So it's like the ChatGPT generated this particular text. So we specify OpenAI 2023. So we also need to specify the year and in some case the month because ChatGPT also keeps evolving, right? Like I said, it might get updated in the background. We don't even know it. So whether we did it in for the same prompt, we will get a different result in March, and we might get a different result in the following month. So we have to also specify which specific model we have used, right? So we have to specify that okay, OpenAI. Similarly, if we're using Claude, we have to say Anthropic, right? So if we're using Gemini, we have to say Google. Then we have to also specify which month or which version did we use, right? And then we have to provide the URL accordingly. So what are some of the main concerns that we have? Obviously, bias and discrimination that we had a look at. Misinformation, impersonation, and manipulation. Like I said, that it is very easy to basically mimic another author or another personality or even fictional author and write in their language now, right? So if we are doing that, that is also not a very ethical thing to do. Uh, and then obviously research in IP compliance, that we are not violating any of the policies that are set by a particular journal, or when we are adhering to all the legal and ethical guidelines, right? And another thing that we have to be very clear about is there are a lot of security vulnerabilities as well, right? If you remember when the DeepSeek was launched, the next day it was hacked, right? And nobody was able to access it. Now the thing is, if we have put all our data in a very new model like DeepSeek that we are not even like sure about how good the security is, then our data might get leaked. So we have to be aware about such things as well. Um, and obviously, one of the big things is about AI is every time you ask the same question, it gives different response. And in research, one of the major things is that your result should be so we should be able to replicate it. So that is something which will not happen. There are ways to do it. For example, what happens is ChatGPT uses something called as GPT. So GPT is the AI that ChatGPT is using. So let me show you. So I have the paid version. So I have access to a few more models. So so when we go here, so we can say it's a ChatGPT 4.0. Sorry, one second. So on the top left corner, we can see that there is GPT-4o, right? So this is the AI model that I'm using. But this is not the only AI model. So there is GPT-4o, there is O3, there is O4 mini, there is O4 mini high, there is GPT 4.5, there is GPT 4o mini, and there is GPT-4, right? So there are like so many different models here. So GPT-4 used to be the most advanced model till recently, which was replaced by GPT-4o. GPT 4.5 is in research review. We'll have a look at like what kind of outputs it produce. Similarly, every model is basically can do one task effectively. So to give you an example, so for example, if I do A3, right? And if I ask it a question, so the way it gives an answer, the way it thinks about problem is lot different from GPT-4. So similarly, so the point I was trying to make is about the unpredictability, right? So what I can actually do is rather than interacting with these models through ChatGPT, I can also talk to these models directly. But that is a paid feature. So in that, what I can say is I can say temperature is zero. So basically, temperature is how you decide how creative the answer is going to be. So when I make temperature is zero, every time I ask it for every time I give the particular prompt, it always gives the same response. So if you really need to do a research on AI using generative AI, that is one way to do it. But like I said, that's a paid feature. And I'm not talking about ChatGPT paid, but there's a separate way to go about it using OpenAI. There's something called as OpenAI Playground where we can go and change these parameters. So that's a slightly advanced topic, but if you need to use it, I just want you to know that is available to us. So I think the last point is very critical here. So the over-reliance, right? So basically, over-reliance can introduce potential errors. But more than that, like I was mentioning, the recent research has found that over-reliance on large language models to do the critical thinking actually reduces the reasoning ability of the individuals. So we have like hard data on it right now. So if we're using AI for everything, that is also not a very good thing to do, even if our responses are okay. So, and when we are evaluating the use of AI, these are some of the things that we need to be careful about. Evaluate suitability, right? Whether this fits this particular task, is it okay to use, is it ethical to use, and things like that. Second thing is get approval. So in a lot of cases, what happens is, for example, like I was giving you an example of Amazon, right? Amazon has very strict policy that you cannot send companies' data to a third party. So even if you want to use AI, you cannot. So similarly, for example, in Europe, there's something called as GDPR. So what GDPR says is, I own my data, right? So if a company has my data, later on I can go and tell this company delete all the data that you have on me, right? So that is what GDPR stands for. So in that case, they cannot send my data to some third party because then they will not be able to remove it when I ask them to remove it. So we need to be aware of these kind of things. And when we have a doubt around it, I think it is better to check with the institute whether it's possible. To give you an example, for example, sending students' personal information like their name, their contact details, their address to a third party. Maybe college is not okay with you to do that, right? Because you're sending the personal information to something which is outside of the campus, and this information needs to reside within the campus. So we can run into those kind of issues. Similarly, we have to protect privacy, because of which it is a good practice never to share any kind of personal information of somebody else with ChatGPT, right? Because there could be legal issues later on where somebody can say that, hey, they used my personal information for their own advantage. They had no rights to do that. And this space is evolving so fast that there are new regulations coming in. Like I said, GDPR is one of them. Like even India has started having at least some form of rules in this space. So never share some other person's private information with AI. Because not because AI will do something bad with it, but it violates a lot of policies, especially privacy policies, right? Again, validate output. I cannot emphasize this point enough. Whenever you are getting ChatGPT or any other AI to do anything for you, please validate this output before you putting out in the world. Right? 99% of the time, it will give the correct output, but one time when it gives the wrong output, it can basically in night and day, right? The last one, be transparent. Disclose AI use. Almost all the research journals, almost all everybody has some guidelines around it about how to disclose it, where to use it, where not to use it. So if you're using AI, please make sure that you have gone through the instructions on how to actually clear it. When in doubt, it's better to reach out to those organizers and ask them, how do I specify that, what are the areas that I use AI? Okay. So this is basically, what I had for ethical use. So I wanted to show you one thing about using it in research. So I would say you also try to see whether you can do it with me. So we go to Gemini. So just search for Gemini in your Google search. So this is what Gemini looks like. Let me know if you are having any issue with accessing Gemini. Are you able to access Gemini? Yeah. Okay. So in Gemini, what I want you to do is look up this model. You can choose in the top left corner. So you have a couple of options there. By default, I think 2.0 flash would be selected. Please go and change it to deep research. Are you able to find that option? Is it available to you? Right. Now, what I want you to do is put a research topic here, any research topic. So, what I am going to put is impact of um, so what I'm writing is impact of LLMs like ChatGPT on environment. What I suggest is pick up a topic from your client because you want to see we want to evaluate the quality of outcome that we are going to get. Make sure that deep research is being highlighted. You can see that there is deep research here. So this works slightly different when we're using deep research. We'll also copy this prompt so that we can use ChatGPT as well. And I'm going to click submit. So we can see rather than just printing out the answer like ChatGPT has doing, it is taking some time to think, right? So it has started by creating a research plan. It just did not just give us an output, but here is what it's saying. So it's like LLM environment impact analysis, research website impact of elements like ChatGPT environment. And as you can see, define LLMs and identify the key stages of their life cycle. Research the estimated energy consumptions. Investigate the energy usage associated with the inference phase. So it has come up with some stages. What are the different things it's going to research about? So kind of like 8 things. And then it's going to analyze the research. So first it is going to research online on these 8 different topics. Then it is going to analyze this research and then it's going to create a report from it. Right? So what I can do, I can either go and edit this plan, right? So maybe what I can say is, so I'm saying I want to use only the research papers. I don't want to search for this on the internet. So again, it has updated the plan with the new request. And it's telling us then what it's going to do now, right? So it's going to research websites on these different things. analyze results, create report, and it will be ready in a few minutes. So when I say start research, so let's see what happens. So first and foremost, we can see that it has started a new window. So it says show thinking here, if you can see. So I'm going to click on show thinking. We can even say show sites browsed, right? So it's going to start researching now. So let's see what it is. Okay, so now it has come up with research focus. So I'm currently focusing on understanding the environmental impact of LLMs like ChatGPT, and I'm committed to using peer-reviewed research paper and academic studies for this investigation. So this is in line with what we want to do, that only look at research papers and not look online. Initial stage. So my initial stage involves finding academic definition of LLM and outlining their life cycle, dot dot dot. The next action I will now do search for the relevant. So what it has done is now it has gone to Google, found relevant information on what we wanted to do. Now what it is going to do is basically go through all of these articles and try to understand what they're talking about. So let's see what is in the show browse. So as you can see, this is researching 33 websites. So I hope you're also doing this with me in parallel because we want to evaluate whether it's the right tool for your domain as well, right? So life cycle insights, it has moved to the next stage now. To gain deeper understanding, I will now examine specific research papers to understand their definition of LLM life cycle. So where you were able to get a response from ChatGPT within a matter of seconds, this is taking a lot longer because it is doing a lot more work for us. Like we saw that it found that 33 relevant articles for us. So next it went basically extracted information from this website, we consume that information, do its own research, and now it's moving to the next stage, right? And it's also telling us exactly what it is doing, how it's going about it. It's looking at some more websites for us now. So this is not just like a one-step process. It's it's like coming up with a list of actions that it needs to perform. It performs an action, then reevaluates whether what is the next action it should perform. Then go and find relevant information for it. Come back and look at the information that it is able to get from it, and then repeat this process till it is able to finish the task. So far it has looked at 135 websites. So if I had to look at 135 websites all by myself, it would have taken me at least 2 to 3 days of like full-time work. So it even tells us like what exactly is happening. So it says, I also found a study that benchmarks the energy consumption of different LLMs during inference using a metric called software carbon intensity. So it's finding a lot of new information for us actually, and then understanding what those things are. So now it's doing a comparison between LLM's effort and human effort. So I mean, I did not even think like so much when I was giving this prompt. So it's going deeper in a particular field and trying to understand, okay, how to look at it from different point of views, or rather read research papers who have analyzed this problem from a different point of views, right? But like I said, it takes some time. And unlike ChatGPT, I think we can only have like 4 to 5 deep research in a day. not more than that. So we have to be very particular about what kind of prompts we're asking here. It's not something that we can do 10 or 30 of them in a day. So what about for your prompts? Are you getting something similar? Is it still going on? So far it has closed 175 websites. And we can also go and have a look at these papers. So it is not like this is something which is like totally abstracted out. We can go and see whether these research papers are relevant to us. And this thing is available to us in almost all the tools. Even behind a paywall. So, for example, in ChatGPT, uh, we have this thing called as deep research. So it does something similar. If you go to Perplexity, so Perplexity also has this feature called research, right? So almost everyone has this. So this is not something which is limited to Google Gemini. But the reason I prefer using Google Gemini over other is because it has access to Google Scholar. So Google Scholar has almost all the research papers that are there. So no one else can compete in that space with that. There is no limit of like in other form you have some limits. Yes, right? Yes. But like I said, there is a limit on how many times you can use it in a day. Yes. So let me know if any one of yours is concluded, so we can see what the final output is like. So how is the final output? Like how will you evaluate it? Any thoughts? So you have to complete the show thinking. So there are two ways to look at it. One is the thought process, one is the websites first. So 84 websites. So anybody here finished it? Okay. So how is the output? Like is it like a how will you evaluate the output? Like is it a good research? So have a look, see how is the response. Well, like how will you evaluate the quality of this? Is it good? The main is okay. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes. So the deep research, all of them take quite some time. Yeah. So like I was saying, there is something called as AI, Google's AI, AI scientist. But it takes days. So these deep research takes a couple of time. So now slowly we're building tools which take days together. So that's what people do is they run it on Friday, come and check it on Monday. It takes good 13, 14 hours for it to run and evaluate all of these things. But it does work a lot more things than what we're doing here. Yeah. It's much more intricate. It's like it follows proper scientific methodology. Yes, yes. So all these elements have a signature style of how do they go about doing the research. Uh, so another thing is in Claude Anthropic. So this is another one. This is also very good for deep research. A lot of people prefer this over ChatGPT. So for example, and the best part is if you have the pro feature, pro version of this, basically we can even use different kind of models here, right? And another thing about perplexity is in perplexity we have this option of sources. And the good part about the sources is that we can clearly specify what kind of sources we're looking for. So we have web, academic, and social. So social is basically discussions on social media, forums, and other places. Web is the, the everything, and academics is just the academic papers. So when it's for academic papers, you just go and look at academic papers first. What about summertime? I just want to show the response, like how it gives citations and everything. So, and another thing I want to mention is like on the issue of ethics. Like, what do you think? Like, if somebody does a literature review like this, do you think they should be able to publish it? No, right? Yeah. But I think this is a very good starting point for us to understand, like we're talking about, identify research gaps. Now, when we have consumed so much data and then we have an answer from it, we can give this as an input to ChatGPT and say, based on this, can you tell me what are the research gaps? So there are like different use cases for the information that we're generating in this fashion. It generally takes 5 minutes. I'm not sure why it's taking so long today. I think it's creating a report, so it's on the last stage. So the reason DeepSeek became very popular is in DeepSeek this feature is free. If you want to do like n number of deep research, you can go to DeepSeek and do it. It's completely free of cost. So and another tool that is in the market right now is called Manus. It's called Manus. It's again a Chinese AI company, which is also quite popular right now with people who want to do deep research. If you want, you'll have to go and ask them to give you special access. So I would say if you're interested, just go to the Manus website and request your access. You can specify that you are a professor and need to do research on this particular topic and within a week they will get back to you with an access. It's not available to everybody, only the people who are applying to the program.
Yes.
So and I think another thing that we have to aware of is this is another way of doing assignments also. So if we're asking students to do an assignment on a topic like this is submitting, they might come out to be like they have done like a PhD level research on it, but they might have just gone to a free tool like Gemini and just got an answer out there. We'll also see like plagiarism, like how. Okay, so this is done. So let's have a look at it. Export it to docs. So we can have a look at like the outline for this particular thing, right? So it has like introduction, elements in the environment, cost of LLM training, then the subsections and energy consumption estimates, carbon footprint estimate, analysis of influencing factors, then environmental cost of LLM inference. So this is like highly detailed. This is like not just a chat GPT response, right? And if you see how many pages, it's a 44-page response. And and the thing is that it is very well cited as well. So everywhere it is given citation on exactly what it has used, where it has got this information from. And all the references, everything is also provided, just like a research paper. And what we can even do is we can tell it in what format you want these citations to be. And it will change the citations accordingly, right? So if I had to pick this as my thesis topic, I think everybody, one thing we can do is let's say just copy it, give it to ChatGPT or any other model that you might want, right? So like I said, enclose information till as much as possible. So AI is very clear that this is one piece of information, and then I can ask question to ChatGPT like, how big is ChatGPT's footprint? So I can basically talk to this information that I've just generated. Yeah. If I think I make the wrong model, just give me a second. So now, so this is like another level of. So first we did literature review. So it's like in literature review, we found out like what are the research papers which talk about how big a footprint that LLMs have. Now we are asking questions on top of it, right? So I asked like, what is the carbon footprint of ChatGPT? This information is not available online. We have to come up with an estimate, and I've clearly specified that you don't know the information from it. So now it's going to make assumptions like a human would. So it's specifying that training energy is so much, training carbon footprint is so much, so on and so forth, and then simple comparison put in perspective. One ChatGPT 3 training run is equal to emissions of around 5 cars over its lifetime. So, I mean, this kind of insight for an information which was not readily available online. So, it has done a very thorough research to come up with an answer, right? It's like it's an answer that even if a human had to synthesize it, they would have taken a long time. Or maybe the basically the output would have like would be like the kind of impact this would have had, but the cost associated would have been so large that this is something that we would not have done before. But since we have these tools accessible to us, we can use the research quite fast and quite easily, right? So similarly, so these are some of the things. I'll show a couple more tools tomorrow, which are going to be like operated completely gray area. For example, there is this tool called Jenny AI, right? So Jenny AI can write research papers for you. There is another. Sorry, it's not free. Jenny is not free. So it's like I think 100 or 200 words are free in a day, but it is not free. But for the value they are providing for $15 a month, it's like in $15 a month I can have a research paper factory running in my home, which can like keep churning out research paper one after another. So that's a very dangerous tool, but it also has a lot of use cases. And frankly speaking, the Gen Z, the way they are doing research, that is like they are born in this era where these tools are accessible. So they're going to write more and more research papers like this. So we also need to like sensitize them about like these tools and how to use them effectively. Another tool that we'll just look at is something called as Thesis. Thesis is completely paid, so we'll have a look at them. But I just wanted to give you a flavor of like what does it mean to use something like AI in research. It is not just that it's not like a normal chat GPT conversation or asking you to write research paper. We can basically go look at like 200 websites in like 15 minutes, process all that information, give us insights, then we can ask you to do further processing on top of it. Like ask you to come up with estimates. And like again, so I can even go here and ask you to so I'm asking you, can you give me research gap based on research I have shared? And it can come up with insights also that these are some of the research gaps that we can come up. And I think this could be a very good starting point. Like rather than having read 50 research papers to identify the key areas where you may do future research, starting from here and working backwards actually helps a lot more and saves a lot more time. So I think that is what I have to cover today. If you have any doubts, please let me know. Uh, or otherwise, I think we can wrap up here. Okay. So thank you, everyone.
So, sorry to extend our good thanks. Thank you very much, Mr. Anurag Kumar, for a very insightful session on a good topic. Thank you, Mrs. Moroni, for your nice coordination and support. We look forward to some more meaningful and insightful sessions tomorrow. Thank you very much once again. On behalf of the local School of Social Sciences, I extend gratitude. The booking time for tomorrow is 9:15. Session begins at 9:30. Thank you very much and have a good evening to all of you. Thank you.